I'd like to call this meeting to order. And at this time, all right, Scott? Okay. At this time, if I could call Sonny Glass to the podium to give our invocation. If you're able, please stand.
If you bear with me for a moment, we need to think of all of our relatives and friends that are not here today, those who are battling sickness. We have a lot of our family members that we need to remember. Johnny, no, that the Heavenly Father, we come to you, maker of heaven and earth. We come to you to look down upon us, the Quapaw Nation. Heavenly Father, bless us and watch over us. Be with our members, Heavenly Father. Watch over them. Be with our service people, Heavenly Father. Help them that they be able to return home safely. Heavenly Father, we have lost many things, but you have been with us. We ask, Heavenly Father, that you watch over us through this day, days to come, that we can gather again. In your name, Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Gonna gay. Oh, wait. Can we get the lights back up, please? Hello and welcome to the 2020 O-Guah-Pah General Council. I, along with Guy Barker, was sworn into office on August 15th, 2020. Most, if not all, prior chairman and secretary treasurers of the business committee have always had the privilege of serving a minimum of 1 year in office and familiarizing themselves with our operations before ever presenting to the general council of our tribe. However, because this is such an important and historical time for our people, we felt it necessary to call the general council for the purpose of discussing several matters of concern to all of us gathered today. While this will be a live broadcast, we are limiting participation to those who are physically present today. In other words, no actions will be taken from Zoom. It must come directly from our citizens inside these four walls. I want to thank the IT department of both Downstream and our tribe for providing us with the capability to broadcast to our citizens across the world via Zoom for the first time in Quapaw history. Today marks 70 days in office, and it is truly a historical time for not only the business committee, but the entire Quapaw Nation. It's not every day that a 20-year chairman and secretary treasurer get ousted from office, but that is exactly what you, the Quapaw people, voted for. You elected us because you wanted answers to questions regarding the transparency of our casinos and other businesses. You elected us because you believe we are intelligent, capable leaders that won't call you names behind your backs or wish death upon our elders. You elected us to lead our tribe safely into the future, to provide a better way of life for our people, better educations for our youth, more sustainable health care for everyone, better elder housing, and that is exactly what we intend to do. Although our tribal law provides for a transition plan between officers, we received zero cooperation from the former chairman and secretary treasurer, but instead encountered many various obstacles and challenges that included identifying and limiting the scope of representation of our legal counsel, operating Downstream Casino Resort with vacant CFO and general manager positions, identifying and limiting the obscene amount of overpaid consultants, and fast-tracking a $285 million casino project, which I am proud to say we successfully opened to the public this week on October 20th. In the last 70 days, we have spent countless hours poring over our books, familiarizing ourselves with our financial position, and preparing ourselves so that we can speak to all of you with precise knowledge and understanding of our entire tribal operation. In the first month under this new administration, the business committee approved COVID relief distributions to every single eligible tribal member, including minors. We passed the first ever Quapaw Nation juvenile code. We appointed a special prosecutor to investigate and prosecute persons of interest who criminally or civilly violate our tribal code, and we disbanded the membership of the DDA by giving full authority back to the business committee. After our very first earnings call with our creditors and investors, the total value of Downstream bonds increased by 4.5%, the largest and most significant increase in the history of our financing arrangement. We have engaged tribal member Rob Weaver and are announcing that Native Care Health will serve again as the third-party administrator for the tribal member benefit plan. Following the July 25th general election,
Yes. Okay.
the former CFO of Downstream printed $1.3 million in checks
Well, get
and
up.
handed them over to a highly compensated individual who consulted my predecessor on a daily basis right here at the Downstream. The next day, the business committee members-elect, which includes myself, Guy Barker, and Lloyd Buffalo, convened with current members of the business committee and other representatives of our Quapaw Nation gaming agency. During the time of our briefing, we were all notified that a forensic audit firm had already been contacted by our gaming agency director, Barbara Collier, and an investigation was underway. The business committee has invited a representative of the audit firm to present some of his findings to the general counsel today, which will be later on the agenda. I will say that some of the things you are going to see and hear today are shocking. Of all the things that have ever come up during our previous elections, the facts are much more astonishing than we could ever imagine. For the record, neither the CFO nor the consultant will ever be allowed back on this property, and in my opinion, they are no friends to the Quapaw people. My heart aches for the Quapaw people, O-gah-pah nikashi. But the only way we heal is by moving forward together as one. Before we go any further, I would like to acknowledge Johnny Rogers, tribal member and an all-around upstanding individual. John, thank you for stepping into your role and helping to keep the cart on the tracks during an extremely challenging time in the history of our tribe. You have helped the entire business committee take calls, schedule meetings, kept us organized and on task, and have served the Quapaw people proudly and honestly. You take calls at all hours of the night. You drive us. You provide honest and thoughtful insight. You are humble and you are a person of integrity. Thank you for your dedication, not to us, but to your people, to all of our people. Thank you, John. Today, the business committee is not tasked with deciding guilt or innocence. We are tasked with providing you information and long overdue transparency to the general counsel. Welcome. At this time on the agenda, we have the reading, correction, approval of minutes. And I'll entertain a motion to approve those.
I'll make a motion.
We have a motion to approve by Zach Turley. We have a second by J.R. Matthews. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Reading, correction, approval of minutes is approved. Dropping down to the treasurer's report that are all located in your packets. I'll entertain a motion to approve those. We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second. Could you state your name, please? Did you get that? Okay. We have a motion by JR, second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? Treasurer's report is approved. Now for old business. There are two items on the agenda, one being that the vote for changing the percentage from 76% to 51% for reinstatement back into the tribe. I'll entertain a motion for that. We have a motion by Ms. Flossie Matthews. Do we have a second? We have a second by Buddy Richards. Is that right? All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? I believe the ayes have it. We have a motion from the floor to have a recorded vote. We have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed?
Oh, I'm up. Okay, on your election devices, you will have, can you change it to 3 options? Yes, no, and abstain? You will have 3 options. Option 1 will be yes, option 2 will be no, and option 3 will be abstain. You will select your number and you will hit the send button. If you have any questions, just raise your device in the air and the election committee will come over and assist you. Oh, do remember to turn them on. The power button is in the bottom right-hand corner. Number 1 will be yes, number 2 will be no, and number 3 will be abstain. Election committee, let me know when you're ready for the question to roll. Okay, you're good to go. Please insert your number. If you make a mistake, just re-put your number back in and it will take the last number you put in.
Go, go, go. Go potty.
We're going to go ahead and give 2 more minutes.
Must be you guys.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and close the vote down. If we could have the results, please. It would appear in a really close vote, a plurality, the vote to change the percentage from 76 to 51% fails. Moving down, we're going to take each one of these separately. Paula Briggs requests to enroll, and it will need to pass by the 76%. Is Paula in the building today? Would you like to come up and present to the General Council? And if that's Mary, I don't know if to go ahead and be ready and prepared to also present, if you so choose.
Unmute.
Okay, I've got to go now. I'm trying to figure out why I'm not going.
Paula, whenever you're ready, you have the floor.
Hello, I'm Paula Briggs. This is my mom, Mary Briggs. My daughter,
Could
Brittany
you speak
Cuevas.
into the mic?
Can you hear me?
You can go ahead and take it off there.
Can you hear me? All right. My name is Paula Briggs. My mom, Mary Briggs. We was on the road years ago, and somehow we got off of it. But I'm trying to learn our culture again. And my mom is 92, so I would like for her to get back on to when she leaves, she can be part of this community. And my daughter, Brittany Cuevas, she's here. And my family, we come from a long line on Quapaw side. But I would like to vote for us if you could, please. That would be appreciated. Any questions?
All right. If you don't know, we're part of the Red Eagle family. Her grandfather, George Red Eagle, he represented the Quapaw Nation very well. He had a mining business here in Baxter Springs. He owned land as well, but he also was probably murdered. That said that there was a stove that fell on top of him. He met the Prince of Sweden, and he was insulted because he asked if he could speak English. Her grandfather was fluent in both the Quapaw and English nation. He got citizenship before Native Americans could get citizenship. He has represented this nation well. I don't know why we're not approving these two. I'd like to know why. You guys are smart. Y'all are really smart leading this nation. And I don't understand why we're not approving these two as citizens. Say it again. Why did you leave? She doesn't know why my grandmother with a third grade education, 93 years old, don't know why she disenrolled from the Quapaw Nation. We don't know. Ask her. She's 93. She is not educated. The system is made to take lands and stuff away from our people. Is that what you're doing today?
Anything else?
Question from the floor is where you're enrolled now?
They're not.
Do you have any other questions from the floor?
Anybody else?
Any other questions? We have a question in the back of the room or the middle of the room.
You know, if we don't get approved today, you know, the good Lord will provide. You know, when it's our time that you guys feel like we're welcome back into the family, I guess you could say like the black sheep, but I don't understand that. You know, you guys want to grow with your people, I imagine, but then it's kind of like if your child left, but nowadays, you know, they have to come back. Do you not let them back into your home? Do you not, you know, let them come and live with you because they don't have nowhere to go? So that's what I kind of feel like. But, you know, like I said, if God is willing to let us be here today, and if we don't get voted, that's okay. I mean, you know, I'll just put our name back on it for next year, and I'll keep coming back until, you know, like the pack of wolves, you know, accept us. But I appreciate your time for being here, and I appreciate for us being here. You know, just want to come back to the family.
Miss Gracie?
Mainly, I just wanted to say that I'm part Red Eagle on my mother's side. So I, again, don't know what happened back then, but I know of the closeness of the peoples at that time. And yes, the Good Eagles and the Red Eagles were very close at one time. And I'm glad that she wants to be, again, closer to her Quapaw people, as she's honoring her own people. So I would speak in support of a Red Eagles, plural, coming back into the Quapaw Nation.
We have an endorsement.
I would just like to know how old you are when you were disenrolled, because if you were under the age of 18, I believe you can enroll. The mother would have to be voted on. Okay, I just wondered because I knew she would be eligible if she was under the age of 18 for automatic enrollment.
Why do they want?
When speaking on the floor, if you could please state your name.
Hi, my name is Kathy Quapaw Ingebrigtsen, and I only want to make up this one point, is that this woman has only a third grade education, which puts her at a disadvantage. I believe that we should allow her to come back just for the simple reason that she, and I don't mean this in a bad way, that she did not have the, I don't know exactly what to say, call it, but I believe that a third grade education puts you at a disadvantage. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kathy. Rob?
Excuse me, good sir?
Away.
What?
My name is Rob Weaver. I'm really torn on this issue about letting people come back, the 51% and the 76%. But I urge all my Quapaws to vote for this woman, to let her back in. I'm not saying that I'm going to vote for everyone to come back in, but the story here is very compelling. So my questions, I think a lot of us, it's not that we don't want you to be part in the Quapaw, because I feel like we're Quapaw whether we're enrolled or not, because that's our blood. But I think in this one specific case, I'm going to vote yes. So I would urge my fellow Quapaws.
Heather, we have Mr. Sonny Glass requesting. He calls for the question. We have a second. We have discussion. We probably need to go ahead and count this vote. And what we're going to do is take each one up individually.
I want to mention
first
one more
one-
thing. They're not going to have babies. They're not going to have babies, so they won't. Your money's not. They're not going to have babies. I'm already a citizen. I might. I don't know.
If we could go ahead and have the vote cast for Paula first. Okay, we have 220 votes cast. In the previous vote, we had 220, so we'll give this another minute. We're closing the vote now. If we could have the results, please. Paulette,
Well, we'll be here next year. I'm not giving up yet. That's not how we do, but it's just, I don't understand why you don't want to have your people grow in business and, everything else. But I appreciate it and I thank you.
Paulette, the general counsel has spoken and we'll be happy to have you back next year. If we could, move into the second vote for Mary Briggs. We're going to go ahead and give it another minute. The time for the vote has closed. If we could have the results, please. The General Counsel has voted to deny the request for enrollment. And at this time, I want to acknowledge this family here because it's extremely, extremely difficult to do what they've just done, to present to the General Counsel. And I don't want to belabor the history of our Indian people, what was going on back in the 1920s and 30s and on through, allotment era, termination era, the fact that we, were being citizens back then, and all of the atrocities that were done to our people, not just Quapaw people, but all Indian people. So for them to come up here and present in this forum to the General Counsel, that takes a lot of courage. And I gladly welcome them back next year. Maybe things will be a little different. I wish you, health, safety in the next year to come. And I want to applaud you.
Like I said, I'll be here next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. So we're going to go ahead and drop down to new business now. And I'm going to go ahead and acknowledge, give the floor to Guy Barker.
Away, everybody. Good morning. Wanted to go ahead and introduce a couple of remarks leading up to what is ultimately going to be a presentation on a forensic audit that has been conducted since we have taken office. Well, I guess that began before we took office. But the Quapaw Tribal Business Committee and our new chairman, Joseph Byrd, myself, Secretary Treasurer Guy Barker, in keeping with our promises made to the Quapaw people during our campaign and subsequent election to our offices, are moving forward as expeditiously as possible to restoring faith, transparency, ethical leadership to our government and to our Quapaw tribe. The Quapaw Tribal Business Committee is focusing on moving forward in the management of this tribe and its tribal assets. After having immediately implemented checks and balances, as well as controls with transparency over our tribal businesses that has been lacking for the last 20 years. With that said, we are keenly aware of the desire of our members for a full accounting and answers to many of observed and alleged wrongdoings by those formerly in leadership and power. Hopefully with today's presentation by the Business Committee, many of your questions will be answered. However, please understand that our role is to implement the changes and to correct these issues of the past, and to move forward and to refer all of what is being presented here today, along with more time-consuming detailed information, documentation, and records to appropriate authorities. While we can pursue some civil remedies through civil litigation by employing and retaining legal representation and working with the Department of Interior and other federal agencies administering the federal government's trust responsibility, anything appearing to be of criminal nature has been referred and or will be referred to the appropriate investigative and prosecutorial offices and agencies. In addition, as we have openly announced that the Quapaw Nation Business Committee members appointed a new special prosecutor for the Quapaw Nation Court. This appointee is a native with an extensive background as a former assistant district attorney, former prosecutor for the Seminole and Muskogee Creek Nation. He's a military veteran. The Quapaw Tribal Court and the Tribal Prosecution Office have criminal jurisdiction over any native that commits a crime on Quapaw tribal property and or against our tribe or against a tribal member. The federal government has exclusive jurisdiction over any non-native that commits a crime on Quapaw tribal property and or against our tribe or against a tribal member. The nature of criminal prosecution, whether with the prosecutor of the Quapaw Nation, tribal court, or federal government, is independent and governed by the rule of law, which includes fundamental constitutional safeguards in the federal system and in our tribal judicial system, governed by our Quapaw procedural laws and safeguards under the Indian Civil Rights Act. Therefore, the Business Committee has no control over any investigations and or prosecutions which may occur other than as stated before. To refer any and all of what is presented here today, along with the more detailed information, evidence, documentation, records, and to the appropriate authorities. While we, your Business Committee, have many criticisms of our past employees, officers, and office holders, and again, we'll consider and pursue all administrative legal options. Remember that in both Quapaw and the federal system, an individual is presumed innocent of any alleged crime to have been committed unless an appropriate court of law makes a finding of guilt. We will say that the alleged wrongdoing that was published, including on social media during and after the July election, has been referred to the appropriate offices described before. We take many of these allegations very seriously. The decision of what is investigated and what charges, if any, will ultimately be made by the appropriate prosecutor's office. We encourage any individuals that has any knowledge or information that they feel was of a criminal nature or wrongdoing can refer that knowledge and information to the appropriate prosecutorial office. Gunny Gay.
Lloyd. Go ahead, Lloyd.
Mr. Chairman, is that my phone? I began this journey.
Talk into it.
I'm gonna swallow it. There. Mr. Chairman, I began this journey to this seat 50 years ago. And I've served the tribe for 50 years. This is my 51st year. I've served every position on the business committee: chairman, vice chairman, secretary, treasurer, member. Served on a lot of committees for the tribe through the years. And I've always worked for the betterment of the tribe. And you know what's coming forth, it saddens me. Many years ago, my father told me, listen and speak only when you need to. And that's why, you know, a lot of people consider me quiet. I can be loud, but you know, every chairman I've served with since Mr. Jake Whitecrow has worked to get to this point. It's just not one person that's got us here. It's all those members of the business committee over the past 50-some years that's got us to this point. And it really saddens me what has happened at this point. You know, as you listen to the forensic report, think of this. How many houses could we build with tribal members? How many children could we educate? You know, it saddens me to even have to speak today because I am quiet. I vote when I need to. I vote my conscience. Always have. But I'm just a man of few words, and what I see has happened, which I suspected for years. And there are 4 on this committee that made the decision to push the point by asking for a special meeting through resolution. The former chairman denied that. We also, Vice Chairman Bowden presented a resolution asking for a forensic audit. We were denied that. The chairman had no authority to table that. He didn't know anything about Robert's rules. And so we're at this point today where the same 4 people passed a resolution removing this chairman and the secretary treasurer of the business committee from the DDA. And you know, it's really bad. This is the worst I've ever saw. There have been troubles within the nation, but nothing like what you're going to hear. And I really appreciate Chairman Barry putting on the Facebook the other day, or whatever social media, I don't use them, I'm old fashioned. He made a comment. For your information, Lloyd Buffalo motioned for the first compensation of the DDA. And to back that up, he posted a resolution with that post. And I'd like to read you the last portion of that resolution. This was in 2007. I served on the DDA from 2007 to 2009. Approval by the Tribal Business Committee. The compensation and bonuses as set forth shall not become effective until such are approved by the Tribal Business Committee pursuant to Title 17, Section 114C of the Quapaw Code. Supposedly that's my motion, but I signed it as Secretary Treasurer of the DDA. And, you know, whether I made the motion or not, it's irrelevant because it was a resolution which authorized the business committee at that time to establish the salaries, not me myself, but this is how the former chairman's work. He's misled people, and that's where we're at this point today. I want you to listen very carefully to the forensic report. It's not complete. There's more investigations to go, but I think you will be staggered. Thank you.
Thank you, Lloyd. Thank you for your remarks and thank you for your years of service. At this time, I want to call Barbara Collier to the podium.
Morning. Closer. Good morning. It's good to see everybody here today in this very important meeting. And I ditto what Lloyd says. I've been around for 50 years. And, you know, people have come and gone. Leaders have come and gone and worked towards where we are today in this, some more than others in this grand building that we're in today. And like Lloyd, I'm very saddened at the situation that's come amongst us, especially right under my nose. But I want to explain to you a little bit about why we couldn't do too much about it. As you know, or as you may not know, I'm the director of the Quapaw Nation Gaming Agency. And I want to read my statement so I won't forget anything. So please forgive me for that. Also, sorry about the walker, but maybe one of these days I'll be able to walk. I just got my knee replaced. So I would appreciate all your prayers. The Quapaw Casino and the Downstream Casino are, as most of you know, and then this past week we opened a commercial casino, which does not fall under the National Indian Gaming Commission rules and regulations of the federal government or the state of Oklahoma. It's a commercial facility in Arkansas. The role of our office is to administer and enforce the gaming ordinance for Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, the terms of the Oklahoma Gaming Compact, and other laws and regulations applicable to the nation's tribal gaming facilities. It can be said that the QNGA is a law enforcement agency, but our jurisdiction is civil, not criminal. Under Quapaw law, we are authorized to issue notices of violation when violations are found, but the sanctions we may order are limited. We can revoke, suspend, or deny a gaming license. We can assess fines and even issue closure orders in extreme circumstances, but it is our responsibility to refer any criminal activity we might uncover to the appropriate law enforcement agency. We are required to see that an annual independent financial audit is completed within 120 days of the end of the fiscal year. The primary purpose of the financial audit is to verify that the financial statements are prepared in accordance with the generally accepted accounting principles. Financial audits are designed to detect fraud. They are designed to detect material misstatements in a financial statement. While financial and minimum internal control standards and tribal internal control standards are what we utilize, they cannot be relied upon 100% for detecting fraud. As with our issues today, the QNGA may require the services of an outside firm to assist with the investigative function. Under certain circumstances, an investigative audit or a forensic audit may be required. The results of each audit can provide the basis for a civil action by the QNGA and/or a law enforcement referral if deemed criminal. Last July, the QNGA was provided information suggesting the possibility of wrongdoing in relation to the Downstream Development Authority. I am here and now going to introduce to you Michael Crump of Innovative Gaming Solutions, who was brought to assist us with the investigation. His role has since broadened to address additional issues, including all 3 casinos that are under the authority of the Business Committee, which has authorized the presentation he is about to deliver. So please give your full attention to Michael Crump.
Thank you, Barbara.
Good morning, everyone. I want to give an overview of what we have found and what we've discovered through this forensic audit. I also want you to understand it is not complete. So we're going to start with a little bit of an overview of how we were brought in to this investigation, how things have progressed, and then show you some numbers of some things that we have uncovered through this investigation. My name is Michael Crump. I own a company called Innovative Gaming Solutions. I've been doing this for 17 years as a self-employed person doing consulting and training for the casino industry. 99% of our business is with tribes, tribal governments. We do have a lot of experience doing these type of forensic audits as part of the duties of our company. When we do these things, we bring in the qualified people. I have the qualified people to come in and do these things based on the scope of the project. So we have certified fraud examiners, accountants. We have a lot of my staff has gaming backgrounds, regulatory backgrounds. They've been business committee members. They've been executive directors of commissions. All of those things are important because gaming is a unique entity. And you have to understand the gaming industry and the casino industry and the government side of the business to be able to effectively do an investigation there. So, but with my staff, over half of my staff are tribal members. And so their passion is as important as their skill and ability. And so to start the presentation, I want to give you an overview of how we were brought into the situation and what does this investigation entail. First of all, it's critical that enrolled members of the Quapaw Nation understand any investigation is fluid. This is not a complete investigation. And so we will show you some numbers today. Understand that those numbers will adjust as the investigation continues. But we wanted to be able to give you an update 70 days in after the election of what has been discovered to this point. Fluid means as you investigate allegations, the data will prove or disprove those allegations. That's our job. I don't know personally any of the parties involved. I know the allegations that we were given to investigate at the beginning of the investigation. We start and we let the data lead us where we need to go. And that's an important concept from our perspective because we have no bias into this. It's simply, where does the data lead us? An effective investigation must be seen through to completion and adhere to the following steps. I think it's important that you get an overview because I know that the time frame that it's taken to get to the point we're at today has been an issue or a concern. People want answers. But because of the magnitude and the severity of what's being uncovered, the last thing you want to do is rush through it. You want to make sure that it's done thoroughly. Number one, determine if the allegations or discovery is material. So what do we mean by material? I use this phrase, you don't want to step over a dollar to pick up a dime. With the amount of things that are being uncovered, we have to prioritize what's important, what's going to have the best benefit to the tribe to address. We don't want to get chasing down a path that leads us to something that's not as important as some of the other things that are uncovered. So being able to prioritize has been a big part of this project. Assign the appropriate person or persons to conduct the investigation, perform interviews as applicable, collect the appropriate and available data, whether it's electronic, hard copies, or video. Because of the magnitude of what we've seen, we've had to go back into warehouses and pull boxes to go back in and look at records, hard copy records that have been archived, so that we could prove or disprove allegations or prove or disprove material things that had surfaced along the way. And that takes time. I will say that the casino staff, obviously we spent a lot of time with the finance department, has been very cooperative through this. And that's been very helpful for us to be able to expedite the investigation. Once you collect all that information, then you have to analyze the data in its entirety. Another phrase I use all the time related to investigations is what you hear on Monday is probably not where you're going to be on Friday. And that's important to understand because anytime there's an investigation going on, the rumor mill will run rampant. And usually the rumor mill starts on Monday, and by the time the things you hear on Monday get around to everybody, we're now on Friday and we have proved or disproven that what you heard on Monday doesn't exist or it does. So I want to caution you, and this is part of the reason why we're here today, is if we don't control that rumor mill and look to the tribal leadership to present the facts that are given as they're discovered, the rumor mill can be extremely detrimental to the tribe as a whole. I've done a lot of these investigations for tribes with very, very large numbers. I've been on court cases, I've worked with FBI, US attorneys' offices on numerous occasions. And so I'm familiar with the protocols and processes that need to be followed through this investigation. Once you've analyzed it and complete a case file explaining the who, what, where, when, how, and include the relevant data and documents, then our job is to present that to the appropriate authorities or leadership. Then they will determine what corrective actions will be taken based on those findings. To protect the integrity of any ongoing investigation, confidentiality of specifics of the case must be maintained. There's no way around that. Number two, to protect individuals that are either directly or indirectly involved with an ongoing investigation, confidentiality must be maintained and names cannot be revealed. To protect a case that may lead to civil or criminal actions being taken, details of that case file cannot be revealed. At the conclusion of a case file being presented to the proper authorities for appropriate actions to be taken, the proper authorities will provide full disclosure at the appropriate time. It will all come out at the end. It's hard to wait till the end. But if we want a true, complete, and thorough investigation with accurate results, we have to be patient and wait till the end. Okay? As the things are being discovered, they will be revealed. Due to the severity of the allegations made, which prompted this investigation, and issues and concerns that have been discovered during the investigation, it is important to understand we must be thorough and accurate, and that takes time. In an effort to provide transparency to the enrolled members of the Quapaw Nation, yet not to jeopardize the ongoing investigation, the Business Committee has asked me, IGS, to present findings to you in a way to provide you with information, to update you on the investigation, but not to jeopardize the integrity of the investigation. So the efforts here is to inform you, but please understand we're limited in how much we can reveal at this time. We're giving you as much as we possibly can. Our role, the role of IGS, was to gather the evidence and present it to both QNGA and to the business committee. It is not the role of IGS to determine guilt or innocence. That's not my job. It is not my job to determine what actions will be taken with that evidence. As issues or concerns were and are uncovered, the information is presented to QNGA for their determination if licensing actions should be taken, and to the business committee for employment, civil, or criminal determination. We're here to gather the facts, present it to those two authorities, then they decide what to do with that information from there. Let's start with unauthorized payments. Allegations of improper bonuses being paid to tribal leaders and casino employees were made both publicly and officially to the Quapaw Nation Gaming Authority. Innovative Gaming Solutions was contacted by QNGA and subsequently hired by QNGA to investigate those allegations. Shortly into the investigation, the contracted services for the investigation transitioned from the QNGA to the business committee. As Barbara stated earlier, the scope of what the QNGA, what their office can and can't do, limits them. And so when we started the investigation, we started finding things that were beyond the scope of what the QNGA is authorized to be involved with. That's why then we were transitioned over to the control of the investigation with the business committee. Currently, payroll records indicate that the allegations made by a former board member regarding unauthorized bonuses are likely true. When we were brought in to the investigation, from my perspective, not knowing anything about election, pre-election, turmoil, accusations, we were brought in because of an allegation about improper bonuses were being paid. That's where we started the investigation. That's where I'll start with our review. We examined payroll records and accounting records to determine who bonuses were paid to, how much they were paid, and who authorized those bonuses. This investigation also led to the discovery of unauthorized merit or salary increases and severance payments. Tribal and casino governing documents were reviewed to determine if the payments were authorized accordingly. Records indicate that the payments were made, not authorized according to governing documents. So we went in and looked at the payroll records. We were able to find who received bonuses. Once we had that list, we also saw in the process of addressing the allegations about the bonuses, there was questions about pay increases and severance payments and other payments that were made that may not have been authorized according to governing documents within the tribe. So we looked into those as well. Once we found the payments, who received them, who authorized them, then we started looking at the tribal's governing documents to see what the protocols were for proper authorization for those payments. To date, the investigation has revealed an amount of unauthorized merit increases, bonuses, severance payments were paid to certain tribal leaders and casinos executives in excess of $15,404,000. It is important to note any and all compensation was approved by is supposed to be approved by the business committee pursuant to Title 17, Section 114E of the Quapaw Nation Code. Now, once we knew who received payments, how much those payments were, we needed to validate were those legitimate authorized payments. So when we went through the governing documents of the tribe, we triple checked every level that the governing documents existed. The business committee checked the governing documents. I had 2 employees independent of each other also check the governing documents. Records indicate the final resolution approved for compensation of the board was on December 22nd, 2009. The tribal nation's archives have been scoured in order to find any other approval for DDA compensation. However, no such approval has been discovered to date and likely does not exist. And that's what I was just mentioning. We triple checked. This information is taken directly from the Downstream casino payroll records in Kronos. The finance for Quapaw Casino, the finance for Downstream Casino, and the financing for Saracen Casino all are done at this property. So one finance department controls the finance of all 3 entities. Janie Cunnings, the GM, $970,000 in unauthorized payments. The numbers below represent a 6 to 8 month period of employment for fiscal year 2019 and 20. And the reason why we're saying 6 to 8 months is because after the election, these people were removed, so the payments stopped, okay? The CFO, Merlin Kent Jones, $1,531,891.55 in unauthorized payments. Tina Smith, the DDR Executive Secretary, $145,042.15. The numbers below represent DDA and executive compensation. The Downstream total executive level payroll for 2019 and 20 fiscal year, again remembering many of these people were removed around the July timeframe, $2,059,000. For Saracen just opened last week. The total executive level payroll for 2019-20, $6,040,388.92. The executive level payroll was from 2 different properties. So that's a combined total to those same individuals. The executive level payroll for 2019 and 20 fiscal year for both properties, $8,099,422.34. $8 million in one fiscal year. An attempt to leave the property with unauthorized payouts was stopped on July 27th, the first business day after the election, totaling $1.3 million. So the election happened on Saturday. That following Monday, checks were cut for $1.3 million. Governing documents are being reviewed and changed to ensure transparency and accountability that this doesn't happen in the future. So a part of any investigation is not only determining what happened, how it happened, and who benefited from it, but we also want to make sure that we answer the question, what allowed this to happen in the first place? Because if we don't answer that question, we're susceptible to it happening again. And as many of you know, this is not your first rodeo in seeing these kind of things, not to this extent, but we have to answer, and the business committee is very proactive in that aspect of it, not just uncovering what's happened and trying to resolve that issue, but what do we do so we don't let this happen again? And that's a very important part of any investigation. I do this a lot. There are certain things that you see in any investigation where there's wrongdoing taking place or allegations of wrongdoing taking place. And you typically find the same reason that these things are allowed to happen: transparency and accountability. When there's a lack of transparency and a lack of accountability, what you find is people tend to develop a sense of entitlement. And once people develop that sense of entitlement, typically bad things happen. So one of the goals moving forward, we've got to get through the investigation. We've got to get through that. But then we've got to close these doors of opportunity and ensure that there's transparency and accountability so this can't happen again. So it's important to understand that that's going to be a phase of this process as we go along. During the course of this investigation, significant concerns were discovered related to large donations and contributions. As with any investigation, you're going to start with an allegation. In this case, it was about bonuses. And in the process of investigating those allegations, when you're going through accounting information and records, other things are going to reveal themselves. And so one of the things that we did early on in the investigation is we took the financial statements from the 3 properties and we broke them down to a level of detail that they weren't currently being broken down to. And it revealed some red flags. And what that did is it helped us know where we needed to start looking. And one of those areas when we took that process was looking at contributions and donations. The numbers seemed just unusually high. Your tribal governing documents are very clear on dollar amounts, authority levels, and the process for making charitable contributions and donations. So you have controls in place. Records indicate certain tribal leaders and executives regularly made unauthorized charitable contributions and donations, and many of those donations have the appearance to be for personal benefit and no direct benefit to the nation. Donations recorded as donations in the accounting records of the general ledger from 2016 to 2020 totaled $1.4 million. So those were the recorded donations. So when a check was cut to a particular organization and accounting put it into the financial records, it was coded as a donation. Findings suggest many donations were made to the University of Arkansas and to organizations, vendors, contractors, and individuals that were not coded in accounting records as donations and appear to have no direct benefit to the tribe. Due to the nature of these payments being made, the total will likely increase as the investigation continues. To date, the total equates to more than $10 million of donations being made that were not in accordance with your governing documents. This is an example of some of those donations that were made. Now, with those donations, it's not just simply about the money that was given away. So what you're looking at here is a sample of how we're trying to sort all of this out. And one of the things that we did is we looked at the donations and determined, was that donation given appropriately according to your tribal governing documents? The second thing we looked at was IGRA. The Indian Gaming Regulatory Act is very specific on what casino funds can and cannot be used for to support the nation. And so in the case of donations, it's important that the donations follow the governing documents so that you stay in compliance with IGRA requirements and you're not giving money away that doesn't benefit the tribe. And so we're tracking the donations that violate IGRA. Then we looked at some of the donations, was there benefit to the tribe, and what was the the purpose behind that. And then we're investigating, is it possible fraud? What was the purpose of that donation? Now, some of those we'll be able to validate further. And can we make an insurance claim? We have made an insurance claim. The casino does have insurance policies for employee theft. We have made insurance claims with the insurance companies to try to recoup some of this money and bring it back to the tribe. This is just a small sample of some of the donations that you see, just to try to inform you of the magnitude of what's occurring here. And as you can see in that first column, most of the donations were not done according to your own governing documents. University expenses. $523,600 to the Razorback Foundation. $132,000 contract, $25,000 a year to redo University of Arkansas's baseball dugouts. The business committee stopped that as soon as they took over leadership and this was brought forward. So that saved $107,000 by canceling that contract. The Razorback Ticket Center, if you want to go to a game, $31,020. Arkansas Sports Hall of Fame, $10,600. Arkansas Alumni Association, $14,000. University of Arkansas Baseball Skybox, $10,000. And you can see the list goes on. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. The spa. Executive Secretary Tina Smith comped herself using the DDA comp code more than $8,000 in services for herself and more than $3,000 for her family and more than $1,000 for friends. Tina Smith gave hundreds of concert tickets, hundreds of sporting events tickets, hotel room spa services to friends and family on a regular basis. Another tribal leader regularly comped his family and friends into the spa for services and products equaling more than $11,000. An ongoing investigation of accounting records to date indicate the following. Coach Barry Switzer has been paid $4.2 million from the tribe. Additional invoices were paid to his personal LLC and other organizations for $300,000. A review of cell phones, computer data, and accounting records indicate private jets were provided for numerous trips, totaling in excess of $100,000. Flights to Nevada, Oklahoma, Arkansas for concerts, hunting trips, and other personal trips and gifts in excess of $200,000. So in excess of $4.8 million just to Barry Switzer. Hotel. The investigation indicates hotel comps were frequently used for personal benefit, not just business purposes. It was typically the same individuals abusing the comping authority for the hotels as with the spas. Over a 4-year period, $250,000, $260,569. And you can see the breakdown. Casino executives, and I will say this, if you look at Janie Cummings and you look at Kent Jones, they didn't abuse comps. They rarely comped anybody. And most of what we saw at that level was business related. So there's really no concern in those numbers. Where the abuse is most prevalent for personal use, for family, friends, relatives, DDA at $169,000 for that 4-year total. Food and beverage, as with other venues, records indicate that restaurants were often used for personal use instead of business. The number below covers the time frame of January 2017 to current 2020. In that 3-year period, and remember, some of these players were gone halfway through the year, we're talking $254,858 just in food, comping themselves, families to restaurants. The use of comps for personal benefits was significant. Several tribal leaders abused the privilege consistently, as well as an executive. The number below will adjust as the investigation continues, as records clarify personal versus professional relationships. Total comps recorded to date, $538,000. Credit card abuse. You have been down this path before. There are more than 70 credit cards issued to employees, executives, and vendors. The cards have been issued by the Downstream Casino to other tribal business entities as well, but they've been paid for by Downstream funds. A credit card statement investigation revealed company credit cards have been used for personal use by a myriad of employees. The personal abuse of company credit cards by one administrative assistant and one tribal leader appears to have easily surpassed $1 million. The business committee is being very proactive to get this situation under control. Please understand this investigation is time consuming. You can imagine how many tens of thousands of records it requires to go through to get a full understanding of what's occurring in these situations. Okay? While these figures continue to climb to date, records indicate a total unjust enrichment by individuals in the following amounts. These numbers are payroll, it's comps, it's anything that we've found to date that that person benefited for themselves, family, or friends. Tina Smith, Executive Secretary, $353,772. Randy McWaters, $636,082. Marilyn Rogers, $793,214. Janie Cummings, $970,620. Alan Mock, $1.3 million, $1,344,238. Larry Ramsey, $1,960,168. The largest part of that money were bonuses that were not authorized, pay increases that were not authorized, according to tribal governing documents. Bless you. Jack Brill, $1,732,733. Merlin Kent Jones, the CFO, $1,798,339. Tamra Reeves, $3,193,927. John Barry, $17,496,160. So far in the investigation, we have found that suggests the amount of casino funds identified as being misappropriated are in excess of $34,112,277. These funds were entrusted to the DDA members to make decisions in the best interest of the tribe. However, there appears to be a clear pattern of abuse for personal gain in violation of their fiduciary duties. This is not a final figure. As the investigation continues, these numbers are growing daily. I was asked early on by one of the business committee members about a month in when we started seeing some of these patterns, how does this compare to what you've seen in other investigations? My company has done some very, very large investigations. I've had bigger numbers, but this is up there. But what is unique about this investigation is how wide it is, how many different areas. Normally we go in and we're contracted and you're doing a marketing investigation and the fraud is in marketing. But this one is much more widespread. You have 3 casinos in multiple jurisdictions. Saracen Casino is not on tribal land, so it's treated like a corporate casino. As Barbara stated earlier, there's different regulatory jurisdiction requirements there. And I'm sharing that with you to say this: it's gonna take time to get through all of this. And so we're asking for your patience to give us the time, and the business committee is committed to being transparent with these things, but we can only be transparent at the appropriate time. It's not my job to determine what's going to happen with this information. It's my job to present it. And I'm sure as the process continues and at the appropriate time, the tribe will be made aware of what is happening in these different areas. As Lloyd was saying earlier, the thing when I do these investigations, and especially with over half of my staff being tribal, what would $34 million do for the tribe? That's almost 800 homes? Paid in cash for a $150,000 home? That's a daycare center for the young tribal members that are up and coming and need help with daycare. So we want to make sure that we do our due diligence in being accurate and being thorough in these investigations. Stop the bleeding wound first, close the bleeding wound so it can't happen again. Okay? The investigation is ongoing. Unfortunately, there are other significant concerns noted which are not far enough along to be able to provide to you information today with accurate information. So the business committee and the gaming agency is addressing the internal controls, the governing documents, the structure of the tribal businesses to minimize the chance of such activities occurring in the future. They are just as focused as closing that door of opportunity so it doesn't happen again as they are in ensuring that you know what really occurred. Please be assured the issues are being identified and corrected, and communication to you will occur as it's appropriate to do so. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Crump. Thank you for your time and your team and your firm. All right. Moving out of new business down to elections. I'll take any nominations from the floor at this time for Tribal Princess. If you could come up, buddy. I understand that there's going to be questions following this audit report. If we could save them for open forum, we'll recognize those at that time.
Can everybody hear me? My name is Buddy Richards, and I want to nominate my granddaughter, Crystal Glass.
We have a nomination for Crystal Glass. Go ahead, Anna.
My name is Anna McKibben. I don't know exactly Robert's Rules of Order, how to ask Buddy to withdraw his nomination, but I would like to make a motion to have Crystal continue her reign because she missed some good powwows this year. She missed Denver March and Gathering of Nations, which are two of the best powwows, I think, that because of coronavirus. So I'd like to see if she could continue until July.
Anna, we appreciate your remarks, but the way that our governing, documents and our law is, we have to have that election anyway.
Okay, I second Buddy's.
So we could cease nominations now.
I make a motion to cease nominations.
We have a
Sorry.
motion. We have a motion to cease nominations. Do we have a second? We have a second from the floor from Jerry Matthews. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to re-elect Crystal Glass by acclamation.
We have a motion and a second to continue with Ms. Crystal Glass by acclamation as tribal princess. We could just do this in a voice vote, save some time. All right, we're going to move to a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Discussion? The ayes have it. Ms. Crystal Glass. I want to commend Crystal for her efforts, and I know that her reign has been an interesting reign and tenure. She was unable to perform some of the duties and responsibilities of the crown, and there's a lot of expectations that are placed on our tribal princess. I appreciate everything that she's done. And if she'd like to, address general counsel, now would be the time. If you have something to say, go ahead and say it. We welcome you.
Ho'e Nikashiga O-Guah-Pah, Crystal Glass, Zaji, Albany. Hello, everyone. My name is Crystal Glass. It is truly an honor to be selected to represent the Quapaw Nation for an additional year. I will do my best to be a great role model for younger generations. I would like to thank the Business Committee, Quapaw Nation members, and my parents for the opportunity and to allow me to attend the powwows and event activities on behalf of the nation. I have truly enjoyed this past year. I was able to meet Miss Indian World and other princesses throughout all of my travels, and most recently met the Arkansas Governor Hutchinson, which was a great experience for me. But I would like to say, gonna gay.
I want to say thank you again to Crystal and her family. She has a bright future and she represents us well. So, gonna gay. Dropping down to Powwow Committee Chairman, I'll entertain any motions from the floor. I believe I heard a nomination for Mike Shawnee. I recognize a second from Julia Peebushy. Do we have another nomination from the floor? Okay.
I'll make a motion to cease nominations.
Okay, we have a motion to cease nominations. Second, all those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? Discussion? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move that Mike Shawnee be elected by acclamation.
Lloyd moves that we have Mike Shawnee by acclamation be the 2021, well, for the following year, Quapaw Nation Tribal Powwow Chairman. Second from Sonny Glass from the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any discussion? Mr. Shawnee, you are the powwow chairman. I want to thank Mike, his family, and the rest of the powwow committee for all of their hard work that they put into this, operation every single year. They literally put their blood, sweat, and tears to ensuring that we have a safe and enjoyable powwow. And I know that, things have been interesting with the pandemic this year, but I'm pleased to announce that we're going to have a good dance this afternoon. And there's a lot of efforts that went into making this happen. So thank you, Mike. Okay, next we'll entertain nominations for the Grievance Committee. That is a total of 3 positions. Anna? We have a nomination for Jesse McKibben II. We have a second. Nomination for Jim Adams. I have a second. No, you don't need a second for a nomination. Sorry. Carolyn. We have a nomination for Laura Kaufman Rollins. Frank. We have a nomination for Henry Ellick. There was somebody in the mid. Is that Melanie? Melanie? We have a nomination for Mick Wilson. We have a nomination for nominations to cease. And we have a second. Speak. We have a nomination for Daniel Washington. Somebody else? Anybody else? Going once? Okay, now I'll entertain motions to cease nominations. Okay, motion to cease by Linda, seconded by Frank. And now we're going to go over the list. I have Manzi McKibben or Jess McKibben II, Laura Rollins, Jim Adams, Mick Wilson, Daniel Washington, and Henry Ellick. Would any of these individuals like to take the podium to speak?
Hello, my name is Laura Kaufman Rollins. I am the granddaughter of Charlene Button and the late Charles Button. I am a direct descendant of Abraham Dardine. I have lived in this area my whole entire life. I am currently a secondary math teacher. I have a master's degree in mathematics, a master's degree in leadership, and I currently teach secondary mathematics with MTSS and data coordination. The great part about what I do is I get to talk to a lot of people, and with my leadership degree, I have learned that it is best to listen to hear and not to speak. And I've spent a great deal of that time being certified in leadership the past couple of years in learning that it is important to listen and digest. And we've heard a lot of that today with our talks of transparency. And one word that's been brought up today that I've loved, and I'd even thought of it to say it, is integrity. And I think that's a great direction that we're trying to head towards, is a tribe and a nation of integrity. And so I believe that I, with my character as a person, behold that integrity and could benefit our nation by being on the grievance committee with my characteristics and my specialties in what I do daily. And my mom wants me to add that I was a tribal princess for 3 years, like 18 years ago. So I have to add that in there.
Yeah, that's a must. Thank you, Laura. Manzi McKibben.
Good morning. First of all, I'd like to thank you for allowing me to serve you all for the past couple of years on the grievance committee. We've faced some challenging times over the past couple of years. We were trying to do some things, but we encountered some roadblocks. Hopefully those will be rectified now with some new administration. I've been working at Integris Miami as a nurse for the past, a little over 10 years. I've been an RN for about 15 years now, and was in education prior to that for about 10 years. So, and grew up around Quapaw. My parents were Jess and Rena McKibben. My dad was involved in a lot of different aspects throughout the tribe for several years. I will work hard to try to serve you all as best I can. And moving forward, I know a lot of people are advocates for the Constitution. Our governing resolution has a lot of gray areas. Hopefully, if we move forward with the Constitution Committee, we can kind of eliminate some of those areas and increase the transparency going forward for our tribe. So thank you for your time. And again, thank you for allowing me to serve you all the past couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you, Manzi. Anybody else? Are you coming to speak on behalf of? Okay, Daniel Washington. Go ahead, sir.
Yahweh, I'm Daniel Washington. I'm been with the tribe, working with them all my life. I mean, I appreciate y'all's vote. I mean, I'm here for y'all. I love y'all. Yahweh.
Gonna gay. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mick Wilson. And I just wanted to say that I respectfully decline. I've served in this position in the past, but I want to wish everyone luck, and you have a lot of good candidates. So I appreciate whoever nominated me. Thank you. But at this time, I decline.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Thank you, Chairman. I want to speak on behalf of my father, Jim Adams. He's in quarantine, so he can't be with us today. Jim is the general manager of Fletcher Toyota in Joplin, Missouri, son of Marshall Qualls, descendant of Frank and Melissa Embo. He's been in management for 34 years, has served on the Riverton School Board, has been a continuous public servant, supporter of our nation and our nation's businesses and the growth of businesses. And so on behalf of him, I'd appreciate his vote for the Grievance Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to Jim. Mr. Ellick.
Good morning. I'm Henry Ellick. I've served on the grievance committee for 2 terms. I would like to go again. I was retired from the Department of Corrections, 25 years with the Department of Corrections. I'm a professional boxing judge, 25 years. I was a former business manager of our tribe. The convenience store out there of O-gah-pah was instrumental in getting that, and also the community service building there at the tribe. But I would appreciate your vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Henry, and thank you for your service. Okay, so on the ballot, we have Laura Rollins, Manzi McKibben, Daniel Washington, Jim Wilson, and Henry Ellick. Oh, I'm sorry. Jim Adams, not Jim Wilson. Mr. Mick Wilson has recused himself. Okay. So just to be clear, Laura Rollins, Jess Manzi McKibben, Daniel Washington, Jim Adams, and Henry Ellick. Is there any way we can put the names on there? Okay, bear with us. Give us just a second, please. Thank you for your patience. All right, feel free to cast your vote. We will be taking the top 3 individuals.
In order to cast your vote, you can vote up to 3 people. What you will do is you will select the number that you want. You will hit the period, which is located in the bottom right-hand corner, right above the on button, and you then select your next number. So if you want to go, you go 1, period, 2, period, 3, period, send, but you select the numbers that you want. So if you have any questions, again, just put your device in the air and the election committee will come and assist you.
We're going to go ahead and give the voting another minute. 1 minute. Okay, it's been exactly 1 minute. We're going to go ahead and close the polls. If the election committee could go ahead and, oh, there we go. 1, 2, 3. So Jess McKibben, Laura Rollins, and Henry Ellick are the new members of the grievance committee. I have nothing but well wishes for each of these individuals, and I know that they will serve to the best of their abilities, and welcome aboard. Thank you. Gunny Gay. Before we go into open forum, I'm going to provide for a 15-minute recess so everyone can get beverages, go to the restroom, and lunch is provided. We have all members of the business committee back. Everyone has found their seats. Lunch has been provided for those in attendance. We appreciate the hands that went into preparing those. Our downstream employees do really great work for us, so we appreciate them. So as we mentioned earlier, we're dropping down into open forum, but before we get started, there has been a request to give an update on the Good Eagle as well as the Bear settlements and distributions. So at this time, Mr. Guy Barker, if you'd like to elaborate on where we stand to date.
As a quick update, as you are aware, or many of you are aware, Good Eagle as well as Bear versus United States settled last fall, almost a year ago. A recommendation was then prepared by the judge and then forwarded on to Congress. Good Eagle distribution, in terms of its audit, has begun. They are now processing through land records as well as offers for settlement, the legitimacy of those offers, and whether or not the correct funds had been sent or placed to the correct individuals. The number of people or tribal members exceeds well over 400 who are affected, and the legal descriptions, land descriptions, historical records to go through are very numerous. This will be a somewhat time-intensive investigation and audit, but it is one that is moving along very expeditiously. We are working night and day, as with many other issues related to tribal business. This is one that we are working pretty tirelessly to get resolved, and it is in motion, I promise you, and hopefully good results and fair, just, and equitable results are quick on the horizon. In terms of the Bear litigation, for those of you who may watch too much C-SPAN, Congress decided to go ahead and push the CR from October 1st until December 11th. In the last 17 or 18 years, they have decided to go ahead and postpone the CR well into December, about 16 of those years. This being an election year and looking at election years in the past, it is often that they postpone the CR again, and that is our expectation, is that the congressional reference will be pushed into early January. This sausage factory of Washington, D.C., unfortunately, is the time frame that we are married to with getting a distribution from Bear settlements. We are at their mercy in terms of being able to dish out additional funds. While they have issued trillions of dollars this year for COVID relief, as you can see within the CARES Act, we are uncertain as to whether they believe that they're uncommitted to approving more funds for this year and postponing till next year, or if their attitude is that, well, we've already given away trillions, what's a couple million more? So with that being said, though, we are stuck with that time frame to December 11th. We have made it onto the CR, so that being the soonest. We are working, lobbying very, very diligently with Congressman Tom Cole, Senator James Langford, to go ahead and try and get Bear on that CR to go ahead and get it approved and appropriated so those funds can be sent over to the Department of Interior and be distributed to every Quapaw tribal member. So just one to mark on your calendar in terms of what we're waiting on Congress, at least the House for at this moment, be December 11th. We will keep you advised if that CR is moved again. I would tell you that is my expectation, is that it will be postponed again into early January. There's no amount of lobbying that you can do in order to push Congress to approve a CR when they don't want to do it. And so we are one line item on a package of many, many other things that are on there to be approved and appropriated. So, but we are working very diligently to try and get that to happen. So just so that you are aware of where we're at in terms of a timeline. Thank you.
Thank you, Guy. Okay, we're going to go ahead and go to open forum now. When you come up to the podium, please state your name. Everybody's eating. Everybody's got their mouth full. Old Indian trick. I see a hand somewhere in the back. Go ahead and make your way up here. We also have somebody in the front wishing to speak and address us. Elders first.
Sandy Bratton. My question is, on our membership cards, it says that we are registered voters. Are we considering doing anything to show on our cards for our veterans as well? Is this even being considered? And are we going to real ID on our membership cards? Thank you.
That is a very interesting question. And what we're going to do is look into that. I like that idea of including a veteran status on all of our ID cards. I think that, you know, it's a tremendous honor and we should show respect to all of our tribal veterans and acknowledge that. So we will definitely look into that, as well as, you know, bringing forth the status of a real ID, tribal ID. So, yeah, thank you. We have a suggestion from Mr. McWaters. all of the veterans that are present today, would you please stand up so we could acknowledge you at this time? Thank you. Gunagay to all of our service members, and our prayers and thoughts are with those that are serving overseas at this moment. Represent us well. Gunagay.
Brent Whitecrow. My suggestion is maybe for the upper echelons of our business committee to have term limits. It might be able to help negate the issues we are currently running into with the financial side of things. Maybe just, I understand the history of being able to serve on the business committee for long periods of times, but maybe just leave the regular seat positions available for no term limits, but maybe like the chairman, the vice chairman, the treasurer have like a term limits of up to 8 years maximum.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Just to speak on the subject of term limits, I agree with you, and I know that there are several members of the business committee that also share your concern and idea for setting term limits for all of the business committee members, if not the executive officers or the executive positions of this governing body. That is something that the newly formed constitutional committee will be tasked with implementing as we move forward for a governing document for all of us. So that is definitely included in those items of wish list to put forward for an entire vote to the general council. So it's forthcoming. Thank you. Anyone else? Hi, come on up to the podium and please state your name.
Jessica McKibben.
Jessica McKibben?
I was just wanting to know if, with Randy being one of the ones to benefit from all the money that he has, if he should be removed from the business committee. I mean, John Barry and Tamara and them, you know, they're gone, but it showed that he did the same thing, right? And collected money from, do you understand? I'm sorry, I have a hard time talking, but you know, I mean, well, I mean, it actually showed how much money.
So appreciate your remarks. And
And I don't know how it works, you know, I mean.
so for those that didn't hear, there was kind of a cutting in and out by how you were addressing. And the question has been posed, what should be done with one of the individuals that is currently sitting on this committee that was included in the report that we saw earlier. And I say that any action should be from the general counsel in the form of a motion.
There's no motion.
So there is no motion on the floor for a discussion. And you still have open forum. You still have the floor. And we're not going to move to discussion if, you know, there's no motion.
Okay, so make a motion to.
It's up to you.
Well,
Speak into the mic, please.
Make a motion to remove Randy from the business committee. My point,
Before anybody else talks, you know, I ask that you be respectful right now, and I will recognize anybody that needs to be recognized. And again, I want to provide a voice to everybody that wants to say something in this open forum, but we're going to do as Robert's rules and provide for protocol at this time, okay? Want to recognize Callie.
Just to speak on what she was talking about on recalling an officer, there are a few ways to do it. One would be by a special election, giving the accused an option to defend themselves. And that is done either, you know, the business committee can request the chairman to do it, or the grievance committee can do it. That is one way to do it, but a special meeting will need to be set for it. Another way to do it is to do a petition, and the details are written in our 2004 election ordinance. 16.2 states that the registered voters of the Quapaw tribe also reserve the right to recall any elected official by filing a petition with the enrollment committee and the election committee that is signed by at least 250 registered voters. After that, there is a verification process, and then it will go down to a vote. So it cannot be done here today. There are other ways. Thank you.
I believe at this time, Randy would like to say something.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I didn't know I was going to be persecuted for doing a job that I thought I was doing very well. But I didn't know that I was going to be persecuted for being paid for a job. That you're setting in facilities that we never had before. We never had the income that we've got now, the tribe. So if you don't want me in this seat, I resign. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rhonda Dick. I am a direct descendant of my mom, Martha Greenback Hansford. I have so many issues. How much time do we have? I would just like to say on Randy's behalf, he is not the one that said, let's do this, this, and this. It was John. So if somebody offers you $50,000, are you going to take it? Who wouldn't? It's not the other people's fault. John was in charge of all of it. And my other thing, I work here at Downstream. I've been here for 10 years and 11 months. I make $6 more an hour than I did when I started. And I'm not the only one. Them poor girls that clean those rooms, I think only make $9 an hour. They can't even open all of the hotel because they don't have enough people to clean because they don't get paid. They're going to stay home and get their unemployment plus their check because they don't make enough money to survive. And the people that do the food and the cleaning guys, everybody busts their tail that really love their job. And there's a lot of people here that's been here this long that's not making squat. And then when we see these numbers that the rest of them got, it is a shame. It's hard cleaning those rooms. I couldn't do it maybe 20 years ago, but they worked their butts off. And I felt like there was no reason ever to say anything to anybody because it didn't go no farther than the wall. You know, and nobody's going to speak up for us employees at Downstream. And I'm not saying it in a bad way that I mean, if you're mistreated, you needed to take that up with the proper chain of command within your workplace. But, you know, we just come to work and do our job and are here every day and work, you know? We're not asking for the moon like all them big numbers. That's totally ridiculous. Another thing, okay. And another thing is, my mom passed away 5 years ago. I know you guys probably get tired of hearing this, but she had an old house, and she went up to the tribe and she said, "Are you all going to fix my roof before I die?" Well, they didn't. And now my sister's living in that house and the roof is falling in. I mean, the rain comes through. My nephew and my brother put a big tarp on there to keep the rain from falling down on her bed. When we go to the tribal office to apply for things that we need, you got to do this, you got to do this, and you got to do this. She was told to get 3 estimates to get the roof fixed. She only got 1, and nobody else would come out. She called them and they didn't show up. So there she's sitting, and now it's going to be wintertime, and that roof has holes in it. I mean, holes. You know, it's just not right. It's our tribal money for what we need. And it's not like that we're trying to do something or take money that we don't. It's for a purpose, and that's what it's there for. But when you go up there, you got to do this, 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 and this. I have 6 windows in my house that need to be fixed. And I went up to the tribe and they said, you got to get 2 estimates. Well, I got 1 and it was $900. And I don't even know who else to call to get another estimate. And again, it's getting wintertime and I don't have that kind of money. After I pay my bills, I might have $300 to live on for 2 weeks. And I have been raising my granddaughter since she was 2 and she's now 16. And so, you know, my wage don't look bad, but after you pay everything that you got to have, there ain't nothing left, you know, and that's what the services are for. You know, it's ridiculous. It is just ridiculous. I understand there's people that try to abuse it. And when they do, deal with that. Don't make the whole tribe suffer for somebody that's trying to rip the tribe off. You know how this numbers of John Berry's is astronomical. No wonder we didn't get our bonuses. No wonder the people that are not tribal members that bust their butt every day and work hard didn't even get a bonus. And we are so appreciative for what we did get. Everybody is. And the year that the tribal members got the bonus and the other team members didn't, I didn't even want to take it because it was unfair. You know, yes, we're Quapaw, yes, but you don't treat people that way. You know, we're all in this together. And I know so many people from working here that it's like home. And then you'll be walking down the hall, where's so-and-so? Oh, they left. You know, because you get used to seeing the same people all the time. But I answer the phone, and with the closing of the restaurants and being closed at midnight and 2 a.m., and I understand all the reasons for that. One of the main things is Buffalo Grill being closed. I couldn't tell you how many people call and want to know if it's open. That is a beautiful restaurant, and why is it not open, making money for certain hours? Why is Red Oak closed 3 days a week? Why is the buffet closed 3 days a week? They're not going to make no money if they're closed. Sunday is a family day, you know. Steakhouse, the buffet, why is it closed? You know, if they need to cut down they would make more money. You know, I'm sure they're not going to be as full on Sunday as they are Friday and Saturday, but why are they closed? The spa's closed 3 days a week. We get so many calls for the Buffalo Grill and for the spa. And then we don't have rooms because we can't open all the rooms in the hotel because there's nobody to clean them. The day girls do what they can, and then the night girls that do the laundry and make the little amenity packets for the rooms, they have to go clean rooms too. So it's just, I don't understand, you know, and when you sit there for 6 hours a day, no, we're sold out, no, we're sold out, we're sold out. Why? You know, even if they're coupon rooms, they're going to be in the casino spending money. So, you know, I'm just throwing it out there that maybe some of the things need to be opened back up. And if it doesn't work out, you know, 6 months or so, then shut it back down. But I don't see why Buffalo Grill has to be shut down when the buffet is going, and they, you know, have changed it up where it's not self-service to make it COVID safe. That is a beautiful restaurant. And like I say, it's just sitting there empty. And really, I think it's prettier than Red Oak. It's just a waste. It's a waste. And there's people that want it, you know, and the people that work there. They a lot of them, I think, are working in the buffet, but that's only what, 4 days a week? Who can live on that?
So, if I may.
Go ahead.
I thank you for your remarks. Some of the concerns that you bring today are exactly what is on our agenda, what we've been tasked with looking into and finding resolutions to move forward with that. Not just with one restaurant or two, but our entire business operations. And we acknowledge and recognize that a lot of our frontline employees, specifically the departments you speak of, hotel, EVS, housekeeping, that's hard work.
Yeah,
And they do a really phenomenal job for all of us, and they make us look well, or they make us look good. And the idea and the thought of wage increases is something that's on our radar as well. We're taking a look at all of our departments across the board, not just with Downstream, but across all and into the tribal government side as well. And so, you know, I want to make assurances to you that we are looking into that. And if there's anything that you ever want to bring to us, we accept those meetings. It doesn't have to be in a general council forum. It doesn't have to be every third Saturday. We welcome that dialogue, and we'll be happy to meet and discuss with any concerns you have.
Well, I appreciate that. I feel like you guys have got so much on your plate right now, and I didn't want to bother anybody, you know, because I know you guys are hooked up.
Well, I appreciate that, but I mean, you elected us to do that, and so we welcome that.
Thank you. One more thing. I have a granddaughter that my mom and myself have raised since she was 2. Her mother did not put my son on her birth certificate, and I've tried to get it done, and it's not happening. Well, I have my guardian, I'm her guardian. I didn't adopt her, she's my guardian, but she's mine. She's 16 now, and Mama wanted me to have in her account so she would inherit Mama's funds since she's passed to go to her great-granddaughter. So my deal is the guardian papers state on there that my son is the father of her, and it is signed by a judge. It's a legal binding document. And my question is, would that be enough to get her enrolled?
We'll have to take a look at that and look at the documents and see what all is with that issue, and we'll be happy to meet, you know.
Well, see, that's the thing. I don't have that much time. And on my days off, I don't want to do anything or only what I want to do. But I just wanted to ask that, and let's see, there was one more thing. Huh? I forgot. Okay, that's my nephew. I'm done.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and do one from the Zoomosphere.
Hi, Chairman Byrd, Business Committee. Thank you for taking my question. So I had two things real quick. So point of information regarding, was there a second to the motion made on removing Randy McWaters from the Business Committee?
Can you state your name and for the transcript?
All right. So I'm Alan Kaufman, sitting here in Cincinnati, Ohio. There's my mom right there. So did you hear the point of information?
I was distracted by all of your kicks in the background, man.
Yes, it is Saturday here, and I have 5 kids, so I'm in complete casual mode. So I thank you for allowing us to be able to speak like this in this time. So the point of information was there a second on the motion made to remove Randy McWaters from the Business Committee?
We did not entertain any of the motion. It would appear that Mr. Randy McWaters resigned from his post, in his capacity as a member of the Business Committee. And then the motion died on the floor.
Okay, and then I would like to make a motion to postpone indefinitely the discussion related to any motions on audit findings to a time where the audit report is made public to the Quapaw Nation.
So somebody from, as stated earlier in my welcome, although we appreciate all of the attendees participating on the Zoom, we've limited to any actions or motions to come directly from the floor. So would anybody like to sponsor his motion? We have Mr. Adams. And just to clarify, what is that motion again?
Would be to postpone indefinitely discussion on any motions or motions made regarding audit report findings until a time that the audit report can be made public to the Quapaw Nation.
So before we make any other motions regarding the findings of the audit, the motion is to suspend any motions on the matter until the entire report has been completed.
Correct.
We have a motion from the floor. Do we have a second? Mr. Seiler, you got us, man? Bear with us, please, so we can all see what we are voting on. So we have Mr. Alan Kaufman, who mentioned, raised the motion to suspend any and all actions in regards to the findings of the forensic audit currently being conducted until the investigation is finalized and made public to the Quapaw Nation. And after that, I explained that any and all actions from Zoom will not be recognized. However, they can be brought from the floor. It was endorsed by Mr. Adams. And so now we have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second from Ms. Carolyn Knott. Now we go to discussion of the motion on the floor. Mr. Adams.
Mr. Chairman, thank you again, and thank you for letting me speak. Obviously, I'm upset about what we've been presented today. I'm disgusted by it, as many of you probably are. But one of the things that the auditor noted was that these are not finalized numbers. They could grow. They likely will grow. And what we have is a preliminary picture. We know that there's been wrongdoing. We know that we, as the Quapaw Nation, were taken advantage of by members of our own. However, one of the campaign staples that Chairman ran on was transparency, was fairness, and by not taking actions, if we take actions outside of due process right now, if we, in this heat of passion, take actions outside of due process before the investigation is finalized, before that information has been delivered to either criminal authorities or civil authorities or the business committee, then we are not giving the business committee or the auditors time to complete their work in the complete way that they need to do. After that's done, fine. Whatever criminal prosecution will come from that, whatever civil prosecution will come from that. But if we don't have the complete information, we're making judgments out of passion and we're making judgments out of retribution. I know that I don't want to do that, and I think that you don't want to do that either. And so I just want to speak in favor of this motion, and I hope that you will agree that we are a nation that respects due process. That's a thing that we want to implement. We want to have transparency. We want to have fairness. Even if that means that we suspect somebody probably committed a crime, we're going to go through the due process of that, and we're going to give them their just hearing based on the governing resolution in the court and the federal court documents, the tribal court documents. So I would just urge you to pass this and then let the audit take place and let it conclude, and we can make those decisions after that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Please state your name.
My name's Brittany Cuevas, and I wanted to just ask a couple of questions about this. What about statute of limitations? If we do prosecute some, or not even prosecute somebody, and we have to vote on it next year, would that eliminate our laws? Like, let's not catch ourselves not being able to enforce our laws because we cut ourselves off. So like the statute, like running out of time to prosecute somebody without even having the data, and make sure that we don't cut ourselves off to be able to enforce that as well. I just wanted you to just think about that. Like, how does that work with our nation?
Thank you for your question. So there's two different matters that you brought up, one being the prosecutorial side, and then general counsel actions, two different things that we're talking about today. And again, the business committee's position is to present that information and facilitate this meeting of the general counsel. So there's two different issues, two different, I guess, paths. And
so if we pass this, that we don't make any decisions until after the audit, and you know for sure you want to prosecute somebody, and you did it before the audit was done, you got a certain timeline, and then will we cut ourselves off? We wouldn't.
just in terms of due process, respect due process of law, what we're talking about today in terms of a prosecution being conducted before the actual audit is completed, that's not going to happen. The audit will be complete before anything is prosecuted.
Okay, that's what I wanted to reassure.
Yes.
My name's Jennifer Hartley. I was just wondering if we could amend that motion to go into effect at the end of the meeting so that other people in line can address their issues that they're wanting to discuss today.
It needs to be raised in a motion to amend the motion. So if you'd like to bring that motion.
I make a motion to amend the motion that it goes into effect at the end of today's meeting.
Do we have a second? We have a second. Bear with us, please. So Robert's rules states that the second comes in, but it is not debatable, so it goes to a straight vote while we're in discussion. So we call for a vote for the amendment to the motion that Mr. Kaufman or Mr. Adams brought from the floor.
The rest of the discussion will continue. Discussion of the amendment? Yes. No. Sorry. We can't speak to the nature of the amendment
Yeah, she called for the question. She called for the question inside the discussion to amend the agenda, or excuse me, to amend the motion. So that's what we're voting on, whether or not that motion gets changed.
There's no opportunity for discussion about that amendment?
It depends on the motion, but it ends on the motion from the first to the second, and then it's not debatable.
But the amendment defeats the purpose of the motion, basically. Is my point.
Yeah, I agree.
So it's a poison pill. This amendment is a poison pill for the motion because then it defeats the purpose of passing the motion now, and it still allows retribution during the general council.
It allows for the motion. I mean, if you want to bring the motion again, you can, and it can fail again too. Okay, we're calling for the question. We're calling for the question to amend the motion on the floor to include, no, to rescind Mr. Kaufman's suggestion of making any other actions in regards to the forensic audit.
I rescind my motion until this one is voted on, and then I'll make another motion.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the motion has died. We are still in discussion. We have there's other people that are wanting to talk, and I want to recognize that. So if you have something to say in regards to this motion while we're in discussion, please go ahead.
My name is Linda Valier Sigmund. I am Pokey Valier's granddaughter. I would actually like to suggest a no vote on this motion, not out of respect of due process, but all for the respect of the transparency and the view of conflict of interest. If anyone is identified in the investigation as being a part of all of the fraud that has happened, they should be removed from any positions on the business committee so that the tribe has that constant transparency, and the business committee continues to hold the transparency that it needs to have right now, especially in this time. So again, I am suggesting a no vote on this motion so that if just to keep the conflict of interest and the transparency with the business committee. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Abigail Logan. Hey, y'all. You know, I'm really upset with what happened with Rainey. And, but I'm going to applaud him because he's the only man who's had the balls to actually stand up and say he will resign.
Please refrain from explicits.
Excuse me, I apologize. With this, it's not going to be transparent if you vote for this. Just being at this point in time during the open forum, people cannot explain how they feel, why they feel the way they feel. And that goes for myself included when it comes to what happened with Rainey just a few minutes ago. One person within this tribe today stood up to make amends by resigning his position on the business committee. You know, after listening to a lot of people get up here and speak and give their job descriptions and explain what they do within their department, I find a gross negligence within not just past business committee members, but within all our businesses where it pertains to what the accused have done, what Rainey is accused of doing, receiving money. How many have been paid off in some way? How many have been promised something and continued to work, continued to not be your voice? They took an oath to be your voice, to stand up for you, to speak for you, to fight for each and every one of you, and to see that only one person, every single person who has encountered what the accused have done, are all guilty by association because they did not speak up. They were not your voice. They were not protecting you or protecting your assets as the Quapaw Nation. I don't have a college degree, but I've got a reading comprehension level that surpasses college graduates. And for that reason, it's a lot easier to understand the terms that are used and in the way that they use them in the context when they're speaking. I find it offensive that only a select few understand what is actually being said, what has been said at previous BC meetings, monthly meetings, etc. They don't understand. Because of that, not your fault, it's just how life is. Some of us understand better than others. I'm ashamed that only one man chose to make that resignation, knowing how many people have been involved on the business committee, knowing how many people who have worked within this tribe and did not speak out. I give credit to where credit is due. Mans was always against everybody. He stood up. He tried to be that voice, but didn't have nobody backing him. That's what everyone should be ashamed of, is that when this started a long time ago, how many people should have been speaking up, especially those who took the oath to be your voice. Have a great day.
Okay, so since I heard Abigail and I kind of put
Please
two and two
state your
together.
name.
Okay, I will. Sorry, my name is Joita Smith. I have been a Quapaw tribal member for probably 44 years. And sorry, this just breaks my heart. And it pisses me off, and sorry for the language. It upsets me. It breaks my heart. It upsets me, and it makes me angry. Okay. Sorry. Okay. I have worked for the Quapaw tribe for 24 years. I have been through a lot of committees, you know, even before I started working for the tribe. Since I was 19, I've been in committee meetings with my mom and my papa at Quapaw. I work for the tribe. Every month, I get a statement, a budget statement. You all should know, I get that information and I look at it and I see where the money goes. Not only that, but I get a copy of my general ledger, which shows every requisition that I have proved, and then I send it in for accounting to approve and for tribal administrator to approve. That's what I follow. That's my policies and procedures that I have to follow. And I've done that for 24 years. And I honestly can say that I have been honest about that. And for these guys up here, I give my hearts to them. I give my trust to them. And that's why I cry, because I trusted some people that obviously were in the wrong, and I trusted that. And so I voted them back in year after year. Sorry. I trust you guys. I stand up for them, as we all do. You know, and it's hard to make that vote based on just what little information we have and what information we get. But I want you to know, just remember, they have a quorum. They have 7, 8 members, whatever, but they have a quorum. You can't tell me you don't know. You can't tell me that as an employee of this tribal nation. You can't tell me you don't know. I know I have all my documents in a row. I'm honest, and I've always been honest as I can be and trustworthy as I can be. And I don't get up and talk much because my emotions show a lot of times. but I'm a horrible talker, speaker, because I get nervous. J.R. Matthews knows. You know, guys, think about that. You think about what we're supposed to follow. You know, they're a business committee. If they don't have documentation at the next meeting that there was a quorum for a vote for something, why? Question it. Why? You know, I have to follow my policies and procedures. But that's all I have to say. This just breaks my heart. I mean, I just, you know, that's all I have to say. You guys think on that.
Thank you, Joita. You know, I can honestly say, sitting up here with each and every one of these individuals now, we share your sentiment. The first time we saw that, our hearts broke. We trusted individuals that we thought had our best interest at heart, and it wasn't so. It wasn't true. And so I don't fault you for crying. This is a really hard and difficult thing to deal with. Emotions are high right now. I feel it. I can feel it in the air, and I share it with you. And I'm sorry that we're having to go through with this. And that's all I have to say right now. Anybody else for discussion? Please state your name.
Away, O-gah-pah people. My name is J.P. Barker. I find it laughable that Mr. Adams would promote this motion and use the word transparency to do so. This motion would reduce the transparency. It would be willfully pulling the covers over your head, blinding yourself yet again to what is going on. These audits provide us, the O-gah-pah people, with the information of past, the present, and the future of what is for the O-gah-pah people. By eliminating the knowledge of these audits, you are silencing your voice as a Quapaw tribal member. Only with this knowledge do you have the power to become part of the conversation and push for what you as the Quapaw people want from your tribal leaders. Do not vote for this motion. And on a final note, ask yourself, what is someone benefiting from this passing?
Chairman, that makes me very frustrated. That makes me very frustrated because you're implying that I am benefiting from hiding information. This has nothing to do with hiding information. This is about trust. I trust the chairman. I trust the board. And you know what? I trust them to get the information once the audit is done and then use that information to make decisions. Everybody's upset. I'm upset now because you're implying that I'm trying to pull the wool over people's eyes. This motion means that in this state, right now, in our frustrated state, we are not going to take actions to try to seek retribution. This has nothing to do with whether or not they can carry out their investigation. Of course they can carry out their investigation. This has nothing to do with the fact of whether or not the board can provide that information in a public forum. This has everything to do with the fact that in this council right now, we are not going to take retribution actions against individuals when the audit isn't even complete. And for you to act like I'm benefiting, how on earth can I benefit? I work at a college. I make $35,000 a year. You think I'm benefiting from some sort of grand conspiracy? We're the Quapaw people. We don't have conspiracies going on. Obviously, there was misdoing. I'm so upset about that. I am furious about that. But to you to come up here and act like I'm benefiting from whatever you call as hiding this information, this is about trust. I'm placing my trust in the board. I'm placing my trust in the investigators.
And if we trust those investigators, what are we paying them for? If we're paying for them
We
to
have a
complete
point
their
of order.
investigation, if we're paying for them to complete their investigation and putting our trust in you, we should vote to pass this question.
We have a point of order. I appreciate the comments. Do we have a call for the question?
I call for the question.
No. You're limiting the scope of
Are you going to defame me again?
We are limiting the
The age-old adage goes, trust but verify. These audits prove for verification. No, it's not. No, I'm saying trust is in trust them to do the right thing, but you receiving the audits yourself, verify.
We're still in discussion. If you'd like to go ahead.
I was just curious where the motion
Please
came from.
state your name.
Excuse me. My name is Anna McKibben Pipestem. I've been on the Quapaw roll since birth. And I just was curious where the motion came from as well when I saw Mr. Adams' father in the Horses of Hope, or whatever the name of that business is, on the list of the thing, and also the Toyota sales and all of the things that his father possibly benefited from when the DDA and everything. So I was just curious.
We need arms.
Security.
Point of order, we're in discussion
Security.
and she has the floor.
Let's go ahead and get arms up here. You have not been recognized.
I saw
You are
the
not
House of Hope on
recognized.
the list, sir. I'm just saying what I saw on the audit list.
Thank you. We're still in discussion.
I'm Mindy Mayfield Davis, and I'm not a highly emotional person, so I'm not going to do any emotional outbursts here. But my problem with the emotion is that it says suspend all activity or actions. If you look at what's going on in our country today, it shows you, like with the police shootings, if there is a questionable shooting, those officers are suspended with or without pay until the investigation is complete. To me, that is a fair and transparent way to do this. If someone's name comes up and they are under investigation and they are in a position of authority, be it the business committee or something with Downstream, I believe they should be suspended until such time as that investigation is finished and there is actual legal deal. And they should have an opportunity to defend themselves and produce evidence one way or the other. That's how this country works. I wanted to be on the Constitution Committee because I believe our tribe needs a fair and enforceable constitution for things like this to prevent this. Bringing in all of the things that were listed, those things were listed, yes, but I actually have a family member who could have in some way been construed with that because they are in that department. And I believe that you need to take that into consideration. I'm sorry?
We have a point of order, and could you go ahead and conclude your remarks?
That was pretty much my conclusion. I think
Okay.
that's
Thank you. In an effort to not belabor the discussion and what we have on the floor, I think we should go ahead and call for the vote. We call for the motion. Mr. Billy, we have a second from Carolyn. We'll do a voice vote. We're going to try. All those in favor for this motion signify by saying aye. All those opposed? I hear nays, resoundingly nays. I think we should go ahead and call for a closed vote. Carolyn, would you like to make the motion? Carolyn not makes the motion that we go to a vote on our clickers. Flossie seconds it. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? Discussion? The ayes have it. We're going to go to a polling vote now. Okay, so a yes vote means that we will suspend any and all actions in regards to the findings of the forensic audit currently being conducted until the investigation is finalized and made public to the Quapaw Nation. And a no vote means that we will not suspend that. Can we get some clarification as to where we are on the voting? Give us just a second. Okay, there we go, folks. Sorry for the technical difficulties and the confusion. To be clear, what we're going to vote on is to suspend any and all actions in regards to the findings of the forensic audit currently being conducted until the investigation is finalized and made public to the Quapaw Nation. Can you go ahead and recast your vote? Recast your vote on your clicker. I'm hearing that there are several clickers that still read Powwow Committee Chairman. They all do? Okay. Okay. One, it's still good as it reflects on the screen. 1 yes, 2 no, 3 abstain from the vote. Just so we're clear, yes means that we are going to suspend any and all actions in regard to the findings of this forensic audit. A no means that we're still open and we're not going to suspend any and all actions, so they could still be brought forward today.
And just remember, if you put the wrong number in, just put the next one in and hit enter. It'll take the last selection you push.
We're going to go ahead and give it another minute. Okay, we're going to go ahead and close the voting now. If we could have the results from this motion on the floor, please. Okay. No to suspend any and all actions in regards to the findings of the forensic audit, and we are still in open forum. So next person to the podium, please, and please state your name. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Rob Weaver. I just wanted to thank everyone who supported me in the 2018 election. And I know that many of you guys had a hard time believing some of the things I was saying. I want everyone to know the people that didn't support me, I'm not upset. It's hard for me to believe the numbers, and I know they're going to go higher. So I also want to speak to Alan Kaufman's motion. I don't think, I've known Alan since we were in high school, and I don't think his motion was to be anything bad. But I do think that I would have voted no for it either way, because one thing that we don't want ever to happen again is our voice to be taken away. The general counsel, my problem with the other motion was the fact that it said any and all actions. If it had just said any and all actions that are approved by the general counsel, then I would have been for it. The problem is what happens when our chairman wants to call another general counsel to speak about something because action needs to be taken? That was the only reason I was going to rise up against it. But I just want to thank you guys for just the support through the years, and I want to thank our business committee and our new elected members. I think it's a fresh start. I know today feels kind of like a jolt to our psyche a little bit, but the truth is that you have to pull the Band-Aid off before something can start healing. So I know there's a lot more of this investigation that has to happen, and I just have a call for unity for our people. I forgive the people that have done us wrong. It does not mean that a jury of their peers will. So I hope that justice is served in the court system, in the Justice Department, and everywhere else that it needs to. And I just want to thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Miss Betty?
Hi, everybody. My name's Betty Gadke. First of all, I really want to thank all of you guys for coming. It shows how much we love our tribe in the middle of a pandemic. We're here being safe, and we still have to make decisions for the good of our people, so thank you for coming. I really just wanted to make a remark. I am so sad today. I served with a lot of these people from 2013 to 2017. It's a horrible feeling to be kept in the dark when you're supposed to be someone that's supposed to fight for you. And I want to apologize that this went on, and I didn't know it, but I suspected it. I chose not to run for a third term because I knew I was wasting my time sitting up there with a panel of 7 and you're just one voice. It's a hard place to be in, and it's a sad place to be. The good news is that we have all these guys. For the first time in years, I have hope again that we get our tribe back and that they're going to work for us. I'm sorry. I've been so mad. And today's the first day that I'm just brokenhearted, and all I can do is shed tears. I just want to thank you all for coming. Let's support this new team because they really are fighting for us. And I want to thank all of you. God bless you all. And I love you all. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Betty. Appreciate those remarks.
Okay, once again, I'm Jennifer Hartley. I just want to state a couple of recommendations I thought we should have. Like our tribal elders, I would like for us to be able to go in and clean their homes for them like every 2 weeks or at least once a month, and take care of their yards during the summer, weed eat, mow for them. During the winter, have firewood given to them, brought to them, made sure that they're taken care of all the time with food, heat, yards, maintaining everything, because when they get older, they can't do that. And I just think we should be able to take care of our elders first. And another thing, I think all of our tribal children should get a Christmas present, no matter where they're at, and no matter where they attend the party or not. And those are the only things I think that I had.
I didn't understand your second comment.
That all the
Sorry.
tribal children should be able to get a Christmas present, even if they don't attend the party.
Thank you.
And storm shelters. I think we all need storm shelters or help to get storm shelters. And that's it.
Thank you, Jennifer, for those remarks and all of your comments. We share those same sentiments. We're going to take a focused look to see what all we can do to enhance the lives of our elders in the community. And all of your requests and recommendations are very reasonable, and there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to honor that. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Season Ridge. Just a quick question. I think you guys already answered it earlier. But if we already have evidence and we're still gathering more evidence, are there any steps being taken to freeze the assets of the individuals like John Berry and them while this investigation is being processed?
We, as the business committee, do not have the authority to freeze anybody's assets.
So right now we're just gathering the information.
However,
to
the
take it
federal
to-
government may do just that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Owens.
Kind of gay, everyone. My name's Steve Owens. For some of you that don't know me, a lot of you do know me. I've been a tribal member all my life. Subject I want to bring up is, a few years ago, I took a job as a substance abuse youth prevention program, and seen some things in that program, and then seen some things that tribal member Billy Bertram is a part of the suicide prevention. And with that, and then seeing the language camp a few years back, as a matter of fact, you guys' grandma was a part of that language camp that was wonderful, 2 years running in a row. And what I'd like to make a motion to do is to look into starting a youth committee, to setting up a youth committee for our tribal youth.
Mr. Owens, I appreciate that. Before we go any further on that, I do want to explain to you and for those in the audience and listening at home, we have engaged with several different departments within our tribal government, and we are working diligently to do just that. Part of our campaign was to establish a tribal youth council. So we're making moves to establish a tribal youth council. We're making moves to enhance our cultural offerings via video, as well as even within our constitutional reform. So there's several different areas that it's like a meeting of the minds that we're coming together right now to discuss how we want to incorporate the youth and tap into an entire cross-section that we typically don't listen to all that much, because there's a lot of good ideas that come from our youth. And I appreciate your remarks. I don't know if we want to make a motion like that today, but I will tell you that we're making headway to do exactly what you just discussed.
Okay, that is fine. I could
But it's up to
cease
you.
the motion right now, because I know, and I'm very confident that you guys are looking into it. And just know anything that I can do to offer my services to this nation for our youth, it would be an honor to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your service to your people. And we will be reaching out. Thank you.
I'm Larry Mercer, if you don't know me, and I really appreciate what this board is doing for our people today, and they've got a mess to clean up. And let's just give them patience and support for what they have to face, because I wouldn't want to be facing it. And then for the comment on the elders, I am an elder, and I finally realized I can't do what I used to do all the time. And then the one thing I want to do, I'd like to present a motion that we cease open forum and for adjournment.
Thank you, Mr. Mercer. We have a motion to cease and adjourn. We have a motion and a second. We're going to go ahead and take it to a vote on whether we want to adjourn for the day. And if we want to go ahead and move into discussion of this. Point of order. We don't want to do that then.
My name's Roman
Hey,
Kahiga.
just
On discussion,
Just to clarify, that was not an allowable motion in the open forum. Please, go ahead.
so it's an open mic now.
We're still in open forum.
Okay. My name's Roman Kahiga. I have a couple of items I'd like to, one, request of the business committee. Multiple times we've seen that just with this demonstration that our business committee would do well to have a parliamentarian or a parliamentarian committee that we can refer matters to immediately and be more expeditious with how our business is conducted. It's my understanding that the business committee is within their power to create a committee like that so that we could have something for our meetings. So just a suggestion. Another item I have is, this is difficult for me. Resolution, I'm sorry, it's bringing up some other stuff for me. Resolution 031905C. It's in the matter of our business ethics and conflict of interest policy for the tribe. Multiple times I have tried to have this resolution recognized and brought up, and multiple times I've been met with resistance in saying that conflict of interest policy is only in reference to certain items within the administrative side of our business. Our resolution reads, now therefore be it resolved that the attached business ethics and conflict of interest policy is hereby adopted as the tribe's written code of conduct and shall constitute policy until such time the Quapaw Tribal Business Committee deems it necessary and prudent to modify or change this policy. This policy was never changed It was never limited to only certain portions of our tribe and our entities. And I'm asking the business committee, are you prepared to sign this conflict of interest policy and make this and reaffirm this as an active code of conduct for our business leaders?
We'll have to look into it, the language of the, the text of the resolution that you speak of. I don't have a problem with that. Conflict of interest, I have no problem with that. Does anybody else want to speak to that?
I'm familiar with it and I have no problem signing it.
Thank you.
And as far as your suggestion and recommendation for parliamentarian, I wholeheartedly agree. The fact that, we don't really have any legal counsel up here besides us. Our last guy decided to lie to the entire general council. So we're doing the best we can. We appreciate your patience. We're definitely looking into that recommendation. Thank you.
Lastly, is the election committee supposed to announce a special election given the recent resignation of a tribal business committee member?
Yes, I'm going to get with the election committee. I'm familiar with it. There are several ways that a special election can occur. They'll set it up. This is new territory for us. I'll pull my mask down. If we were to do like a special election right now, we would be, I think, math here, maybe 4 months short of a July or an August installation. So the way it's written and the way it gets announced, I'm going to see if it can be included in his term that would be coming up in January no matter what. So I think we might be able to make it work that way. Instead of running, it wouldn't make sense to have a special and then a regular, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roman. Go ahead, John.
John Landrum. I've been a tribal member since '79. I come to you at this time, and I'm worried about my people. When I started this journey, as far as I can remember, back maybe 3 years old, and passing out rations to my elders at the dance. And look where we've gone. The things that we do today they set example for our kids. And every one of you need to stop and realize what you're doing. I've been trying to fix my mom's house, and me and you we're just missing each other from time to time. So at this point, I'm to the final point where I can't financially do this anymore. So I'm asking for donations from the tribe to help me rent a backhoe, a roll off, something I can just get that area cleaned up, my mom's place and stuff like that. So at this time, that's what I'm asking for.
John, can we get together right after this?
Absolutely.
And I feel I owe you an apology. I have been by your mother's house, and the condition that it was in was it was sad to me, knowing what we all know now, what we knew at the time. Our elders should always be taken care of. That's the bottom line. Our elders should be taken care of, and everything that we do right now is for the future generations on down the lines. And I want to give you assurances that that is a priority for me. Your mom's house is a priority for me. So let's talk after this.
Oh, wait, I'm J.R. Matthews. I want to stand here and tell you that 8 years ago, I made a mistake. I stood up and I asked you to vote for a motion that I made to put John Berry's name on the fitness center, and I apologize for that. At this time, I would like to make a motion to remove his name from the fitness center.
Who'd like to be the second for that?
Aye.
I think I saw Flossie's hand go up first. We have a motion and we have a second to remove the name John L. Berry from our Quapaw Fitness Center.
I call for the question.
We have a call for the question from Mr. Lloyd Buffalo. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it.
Okay, my last thing. Like he was saying, the elders, all the elders, I think, need to be looked back into their applications on their homes and stuff, because my mom had the same problem and she's just fixing it all herself. Because it was going to be 3 to 5 years for them to even begin anything, and she don't know if she'll be here, so.
My name is Florence Flossie Matthews. I served you people for over 17 and a half years, and I did it without any extra cash. I got $450 a month, and I gave you all that I had. My son had made that motion for John Berry's name to be on our fitness center, but even at that time, you know, I thought of my brother, Jake Wycrow Jr., and he gave his life fighting for our people, not only just the Quapaws or the Seneca-Cayugas, but all of our people. And I would like to make the motion today to have my brother's name, Jake Wycrow Jr., as a fitness center.
We have a motion on the floor. I think I have a second from Frank. Any discussion? Yes, we recognize you. So we have a recommendation for a choice of names for us to vote on at a later time. Okay. We'll take note of that. Okay. We have an individual from the floor saying, you know, as part of this discussion, to just keep it Quapaw Nation Fitness Center. Any other discussion? Yes, please.
Good morning. My name is Sherry Knight. I am the director of the John L. Berry Fitness Center. And I am the director of the Quapaw Wellness Center, which we were there 6 months before the name got changed. I do, just to let you know, if you haven't been in the center, we do have some history on our walls. Our wallpaper is all about Tall Chief. And that is also, we have a lot of our pottery and things like that. I welcome any type of suggestion. I do like Quapaw Nation fitness. The only problem I did see when it was the wellness center, everybody thought we had a medical staff, and I had all kinds of injuries coming in. But I just wanted to let you guys know who I am, because we are kind of undercover pretty much along with the Title VI department. But I just wanted to let you know that it has been, since it's been changed, this is the second time, this will be the third time. It does cost money, which it will come out of the general fund. And I know whenever it got changed the last time, it was a couple $1,000s to change all the wording, the public, the PR, all that stuff. But I just wanted to let you know that, you know, we're welcome with something general that we can keep for a long time, so we don't have to change and waste more money. So thank you.
Thank you. May I make a suggestion and suspend the motion for today until we have ample time to look at this and then place it on new business for next general council next July. That way we have everyone included and we can go about this, you know. Go ahead. Okay. The motion to rename our fitness center has now been rescinded, and we are still in open forum. Yeah, the motion already passed to remove his name. It's just going to be called Fitness Center right now until a future date.
Good afternoon. My name is Everett Bandy, and I just wanted to mention something. We were asked years ago to approve pay for their position, and they don't hardly get anything. They get a small stipend. And somehow over the years, this grew into the atrocious things that we were told today. And I think it would be a very smart thing for our tribe to actually approve a pay for these positions that are up here. They deserve pay. They work a lot of hours. And everyone on our business committee works a lot of hours, and they get a small stipend directly. And the only other way they can get other money is to have some kind of other job or be on another board within the tribe. And that creates issues. And I think that a simple solution for that would be to give them a fair payroll. That's my personal suggestion, and I realize some people don't agree with it because they feel like this is a position that they should be donating of themselves. And so some people don't agree with that, but I would like to suggest to our tribe that we discuss a pay for them. They deserve to be paid for their time so that they don't have to seek compensation in other forms and fashions, so they can just focus upon our government. And so that's my suggestion to our general council, that we could entertain that idea. I don't know how to put that into a form of a motion because I don't have amounts to give, but I think that that's something we should have a discussion about. So thank you.
Thank you, Everett. Oh, yeah. Back of the line, Johnny.
I'm being told to make a motion, but I don't have the verbiage. Do you have a suggestion for how I could make a motion?
So we went through third parties in HR to verify like what tribal councils are paid for. The Choctaw Nation gives all of their members $150,000.
We do have another, I think it's Tracy McCarty Inc., which was the third party.
How about we go ahead and address our pay in the Constitution?
I agree with that suggestion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And it'll all be voted on by General Counsel, by you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kathy Quapaw Ingebretson, and
Can you speak into the mic, please?
my name is Kathy Quapaw Ingebretson, and I was just wondering about the tarps that they make for the camps. And what I was trying to get at was a girl mentioned, my cousin mentioned something about glass houses. And I thought maybe in exchange for, you know, you get one for your carport or something like that, maybe we could invest in small glass houses to help feed our young, because I fear there's a famine coming that likes we've never seen. I know I'm a bit of a, but I like to think that our children are going to be fed. They'll have food to barter with. And I think that it would be good for the Quapaw Nation. We get to know each other around here and, you know, get to visit and trade fruit or food or thought or anything. Just anything to, you know, to express yourself about how you feel about something that needs to be done. Anyhow, that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I'm Anna McKibben Pipestem. I have two issues. The first one I brought up to previous business committees, and it's never gotten past the person I've ever spoken to. So the first is I brought up that I think our elders, and I have no idea what our budget is because like we've never had any transparency, you know, so I have no idea if we could afford it, but I would like to get some per capita payment for elders, maybe on the 15th of the month. Most of them are on fixed incomes, and maybe get their checks on the 1st of the month. And if we could look at a budget and see what we could afford to give them, and maybe start at age 80 or 75, there can't be very many people. And if we could figure out, even if we could give them $50 a month, that could help them, and just go from there in increments of their age and go down every 5 years and see what we could afford and help them. And you know, it breaks my heart to think of John's mom living in a substandard home, and we say we take care of our elders, but are we? And I'm happy we have the elder housing that we do, but that's just helping a handful of them. So if we could get some payments to people or something to help them more, I think that would be something that I would really like to see you guys do.
So an elder distribution plan is something that we've discussed, and that is definitely an option that we would like. And I'm going to go ahead and put a timeline on that. Hopefully we have something by next general council to present to everyone moving forward to take better care of our elders.
Okay, thank you. My second question that I've been asking for years has to do with the ungodly amounts that we gave the University of Arkansas. And I would like to see RBC meet with the Board of Regents there. And as I discussed this with you previously, Joseph, before I worked for the nation here, I worked for the Miami tribe, and they have negotiated with the Miami University in Ohio where any Miami tribal member can go from freshman through doctorate free. And I would like to see our BC negotiate with the University of Arkansas and work out the same deal. That's our homeland. And I think that any Quapaw Nation member, and we have more than paid for it when we saw the audit. So we've gotten nothing in return but a few entitled people who got to sit at a few ball games. So let's let the rest of us benefit too. Some of our kids who are coming up and couldn't afford to go to school otherwise, which I appreciate the education money, but it would be nice if they could go free of charge, and then that money could help pay for something else that they need, transportation or something. So I would love to see you guys negotiate with them sometime. So, thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
Hello, my name is Missy Johnson. Dorothy Buffalo is my mother. Arthur Buffalo was my grandfather. And I've been to many of these meetings, and this is the first time that I've ever spoke. And I was gonna really give a thank you, but to put in perspective kind of what sums up this meeting today is as we're sitting back here listening to the numbers and seeing the numbers on the board, the lady behind me said, I just want a spigot in my yard. So I think it's nice that we are getting a shift to the priorities of what all of this money could do. But I really wanted to thank the committee, especially the chairman. You signed up for this. And with your credentials, I know there's literally a million other places that you could be working and serving. And so thank you. I've watched my mom and her sisters and a large community meet in homes for many, many, many years saying something is not right. And so for you to step forward and, you know, we as people be able to say, okay, he's qualified, we're gonna vote for you. And so I just wanna personally thank you. We've had a lot of people try to take your seat over the years and we just haven't been able to do it. And so thank you, thank the committee, where I think we can get our nation back on the road it needs to be. And that starts with you and this group of people. And so just thanks for your time.
Thank you.
I'm Linda Valier-Sigmund. I'm Pokey Valier's granddaughter. I would like to thank you for taking on such an astronomical task of trying to clean up the mess that the previous leaders have put us in. I have just 3 quick things. First of all, I didn't see in the financial book a consolidated balance sheet. Is there any way we can get a consolidated balance sheet out to all of the members? I'm an accountant. I have a master's in business administration from Tulsa University, as well as accounting and taxation. So that's kind of one of my things, that I can read those numbers and I can see what's actually going on and where we're at as far as what our return on investments are. And I would like to be able to see that as a member of the Quapaw Nation. So if we can get that, that would be great. Second thing
That is a very reasonable request, and we can honor that, absolutely.
Fabulous. Thank you very much. I love to see that. The second thing is...
Hold on just a sec.
Okay.
Guy, who wants to speak to that as well?
Oh, absolutely.
I'd be more than happy to get you that balance sheet. But in addition, we're about to start putting together that end of year fiscal financial audit for this property, which I know nobody has been able to lay eyes on ever. Once we get that in our hands, we have all the P&Ls, balance sheets, statements, and everything. It's yours. You can look through every last stitch line to your heart's delight. You can just get your accounting rocks off, but seriously, it's going to be, we would like to provide that to you and everybody, so.
Fabulous. I look forward to seeing that. The second thing I'd like to address has to do with voter registration. One of the complaints that I've heard some of my family members discuss is how difficult our registration process is. I would like to propose, we're not like all of the general citizens out in the United States. I'd like to propose that as soon as one of our members turns 18, they are automatically registered to vote. We need to have more registered voters representing our tribe. More people representing our tribe, that's more eyes, more ears, more reasons to be accountable for what we do. So my proposal for the election committee is to change the voter registration to automatically, when you turn 18, as an enrolled member, you are automatically registered to vote.
Allie, you want to go ahead and speak to that? Yeah.
That too would be a constitutional issue. If we stick with what we currently have, with what you're wanting to propose, we could again go through several different things, such as starting a petition with the signatures to get it put on the ballot to make it happen. So we can do that now, or we can wait for the Constitution, but that's definitely an option to make it happen.
Okay, so we can get a petition started?
Yes, after this, if you want to come see me, I'll show you exactly what needs to happen.
Absolutely. Fabulous, thank you. The third thing was something that I thought of after there was someone else that came up here and made a motion. For our business committee members, I would like to make a motion to elect a small committee to do some research and come up with salary amounts for everyone on our business committee. I completely agree with all of our business committees members should have a salary for the two reasons that were discussed before. So I will make a motion that we have a small committee of tribal members who will do the research and come up with reasonable amounts that's equitable for the salaries for our business committee.
We have a motion on the floor to create and establish a compensation committee for the elected officials of this tribal government. Do I have a second? We have a second by Mr. Mercer. Any discussion? We have a question.
This is just a committee to be able to come up with reasonable amounts.
We would have to work out whether the compensation committee then reports their findings to the Constitution Committee. I can tell you that we've already engaged different firms that do industry studies that to provide us with a range. Nothing has been decided, nothing has been put forward, and we're still in the information collecting phase of this study. So I wouldn't have a problem with having the compensation committee conduct this study and then recommend it to either the Constitution Committee, who will then present it to General Counsel, or before that, they can, the Compensation Committee can present straight to the General Counsel. So there's a couple of different options how we could go about that. Gracie?
It was a sort of thing that our families told us if we were asked to serve, that we would serve at the will of the people. Floyd, JR, all of us have served. We did not ask for any compensation at all. We were to serve the people, and that was what we were about. We were thanked in various ways, but it does make it difficult. Later, when I was started out, we did get some compensation for mileage and that sort of thing. Things have changed over the years. We didn't have much money, so we couldn't do a lot. But even so, there could be some control. But what I'm trying to say is, based on O-gah-pah ways, if we serve in a capacity, you serve the people. And so people shouldn't go into office expecting a lot of money. So I'm gonna get.
Thank you, Grace.
I would just like to say that we've come a long way to begin with. And with all the businesses that we have, it's a full-time job now. You know, when I served the small time that I did, I got the stipend, but I was coming here every single week, and I figured it out one time because somebody made a remark about how much we were making, and it came out to 11 cents an hour. So I call that contributing to the people, but we're not there anymore. This is a full-time position, and I personally think that they should have salaries. Just my opinion.
Thank you, Betty. Any other discussion?
As I said previously, I've been around a long time. Back in the 80s, when I was tribal administrator, I presented to the business committee, or to the general council, I guess it was, a wage scale, because as the time progressed, when I started working for the tribe in 1974, there was 2 people, and the business committee volunteered, just like Grace said. They volunteered their time, but they had jobs. They had to have jobs to support their families and to be able to survive. And so the 2 of us, Lloyd and I, that worked in the office, we did everything that we were asked by the business committee at the time. As time progressed, though, and went on in, like I said, in the 80s, I presented to the general council, at least for the 3 officers, the secretary, the chairman, and the vice chairman, to be paid a salary, because as time progressed, we went from 1 program, and of course these were all federally funded at the time, to 16 programs, which were all different in different fields. But there was no money to pay very much, because, you know, one grant might be $4,000, one might be $12,000. They were just small amounts. So you had to put, even for salaries, you had to put, you had to work for 2 or 3 different programs every week. So anyway, to say all that, now we have big business. Ever since we started our big bingo, and we got convenience store, and then we got Downstream, which was JR's dream, and another convenience store, and on and on and on. Now we're a big business, and these people have to have salaries or some kind of remuneration in order to support their families. So please consider, I don't know that there needs to be a committee, because the Constitution should, come in and take over some of those details if we ever get one, which we've tried 3 times to get one. And, the tribe now needs to be, all of us needs to study about what a constitution will do for us. I know that the resolution has sufficed all these years, and that's what the elders had, and that's what they started. That's what they had back then. But I was thinking when Flossie was talking about naming the building, that John Barry's name was up there next to Robert Whitebird Sr. Robert Whitebird Sr. started this whole federal funded government for the tribe. If it hadn't been for him, and he worked out of the trunk of his car. I know that because I've seen him do it, and started a committee years ago. So we've progressed into a big business. These people are taking care of big business decisions almost all day, every day. And you can bet that they do it half the night, because they're answering their phone calls, if they answer them, or text messages, and on and on and on. So being on the inside of the scene, I know what they have to do, and they deserve to be paid for it. So please consider that as you make your decision.
Thank you, Barbara. I do like the idea of having a compensation committee, just because I don't think that those recommendations should come from us, the business committee. I think that should, the best way possible to be an unbiased third party with this study, and then present it back out to General Counsel and or the Constitution Committee to be included in our draft of the Constitution.
That's a good idea. I have been an employer before we owned grocery stores, and I know you have to compensate people to get a good job done, and you've got a full-time job, and you need to be compensated for all of the work and the hours you put in. And if you don't pay somebody, they're going to take it somewhere, or as we've been seeing, what's come out of it is they get really handy with it after they're in there too long. So I like the compensation, but I want to hear from the board or the committees or what the companies that you've got working on it too. But I think we need to keep a compensation committee of some kind to oversee bonuses or anything else. Not just a one-time thing, but just to keep a compensation committee such as that to keep going.
Any other discussion? So just for clarification on this motion being put forth by General Counsel, there's a motion on the floor to create and establish a compensation committee for the purpose of recommending and setting compensation for the business committee. I have a second. Oh, still discussion?
Thank you. It's J.R. Matthews again. I've served up here at different capacities, and I've worked around the country. I've known many, many tribal leaders around the country, and most tribes that have large casinos do pay their business committees, and they pay them very well because it is the #1 money generating entity that we have, and it needs to be taken care of. As you have seen, the graft that could occur is because it's never verified. And with you setting the salaries, you setting any compensation, you setting any bonuses, takes it out of their hands. And that's why I would agree to this. And I think this is something that we need.
Thank you. Mr. Mercer.
I would just like to say, I worked for Michelin Tire Company for 37 years, and I was over the Tuscaloosa plant for construction and development of new designs, and they paid me a salary. I was on call 24/7. So this committee is on call 24/7, 365 days out of the year, most likely. And so I feel they should be adequately compensated. Check what the private casinos pay, other tribes pay, and let's get them a fair and decent salary so they can commit themselves to the business of the Quapaw people.
Okay. So all of those in favor for creating a compensation committee signify by saying aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. We got a compensation committee. And we'll figure out we'll figure out the parameters and the guidelines and the bylaws for that committee moving forward. And we'll be sure to share it with everyone in our tribe and our citizens. And we welcome your suggestions, so please reach out. Okay, we're still in open forum. If there's no other business to bring forward in open forum, we're going to move down the agenda. And at this time, I'd like to call a former member of the business committee up to the podium, a distinguished elder within our tribe, to give the benediction. Miss Flossie Matthews, would you honor us, please? And please stand if you're able.
Aho, in Tate Wakanda. Dear God, we thank you for this day that you've given us. You know, I am so pleased that we have a new business committee that's taking care of our business, because we're all Quapaws, and I love all of you. And I just wish, because I love John and I love Tamara, you know, and I thought, how could they have done this to us, you know? And I thought they all loved us as well. But let's go on, dear God, and let's do the best for our people that we can. And let's all give thanks to each and every one of us. Be with our families that are not here, you know, dear God. And be with our soldiers and all of their relatives. And be with those ones that have lost other people and are in grieving. So, dear God, I ask you all in this name. Ho.
Thank you, Flossie. At this time, we are adjourned. Gonna gay.